virtually. Thank you for investing your time. Like I've always said, our greatest gifts and treasures are our energy, resources, and time. And if you can bring that here together, that makes us all better. We is greater than me, right? So Speaker Intensive is yet another sort of program that is intentionally designed to help us as speakers refine our craft, right? Refine the impact that we can make in the world, refine our message, our stories. And we have got just an absolute gem of a human who's going to lead us through that today. So we're very excited. Kelly, again, thank you for being here with us. Now, another cool part about Speaker Intensive is that it's also combined with Speaker Academy. So we've got a number of people. How many are in Speaker Academy that are here in person? Wow. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's awesome. Great to see you. And I know we got some virtually as well that are joining us too. So this is fantastic. Speaker Academy, Kevin Snyder has been putting that together this year. Done an outstanding job with the curriculum and getting things up and going. Big shout out to Kevin, who actually put this event on today as well. That's part of the president-elect responsibility is that you do Speaker Academy, Speaker Intensive, and then you get on the plane and get the heck out of here and let everybody out. Now, Kevin, glad that you're there safe, man. We'll try to keep it, on track today as best we can. But Speaker Academy, so glad to have you all here. This is, again, another step for you as you are investing in your skills and your abilities to be better, more professional speakers. We're just thrilled to have you here with us. I've got a bunch of things to go through today. Yes, board members. So we've got Larry Long Jr. here with us, overseeing programs. Peter A, obviously, here with us. Stan Phelps, our immediate past president. Good to have you. And Kevin in remote as well. Hope I didn't miss anybody here. Amy Clymer, I wanted to say it's great to see you. Former board member, CSP also, so thank you. It's great to see you. Martha Whaley, one of our newest CSPs. Great to have you here as well. So great, so great. And then in terms of members, we have any new members here? Awesome, awesome. Great to see you. Great to see you. You're better. I don't know if you were going to make it or not today.
I just put it sort of on cruise control and just said, let me just go down the road and ignore the pain.
That's it. I love it. Well, we're glad you're all here. Now, there was 3 I thought, right? Oh my gosh. Okay.
This year.
Brand new. And can you just tell us your name?
Yeah. Brandon Berkmeyer. What else? Just in general.
Where are you from?
From Raleigh, North Raleigh.
Love it. Love it. Welcome.
Doesn't get any closer for you.
When the academy, he made me a member. Yeah, that's why I'm new. Mike Rabinowitz is my name. What part of Brooklyn are they from? Because
yeah, Brooklyn, baby.
So yeah, I'm here and I'm ready to learn as much as I can.
It's great. It's great. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Sarah, and I literally live 8 minutes from. I could have lost.
Well, we did this for you. We did this for you. Yeah, of course. Yes, yes. We've got Levita in the back.
Darling.
Yeah, I'm heading there after this event. It's homecoming at Elon, so I'll be about over there tailgating. All right.
Mike, I'm new this year. I've been here a few times, but I've never kind of said I'm new.
Thank you. Thank you. You're not here anymore. Now you're in. Now you're in.
Right.
Awesome. I love it. And then we have
Jesse.
Jesse.
Right, I never actually said. Jesse Lacosta from Chapel Hill.
That is great. Well, welcome to all of you. It's so wonderful to see this community continue to grow. One note I want to make sure that we're all aware of, so please spread the word if people are asking, is that to be a member of NSA Carolinas, you no longer have to be a member of NSA National. Okay, we know that was kind of a financial rub for a lot of people, understandably, but that is a new policy that National came out with earlier this year, and we've actually seen the benefits of that, and a lot of chapters have as well. So my ask is that if you know people that have been a member in the past, we have a lot of members who were members emailing, hey, is this true? Please let them know it is. And if you're speaking to people who might be wanting to consider joining a community that's focused on building each other up to get the best out of ourselves, to make the best impact in the world that we were designed to do, please invite them in. Okay, Barbara Rosgoni is our Vice President of Member Experience. She's amazing. They can talk to any of the board members. We just love to have more people in our community buildings.
And we are known as a super chapter.
Super chapter, exactly right. I'm so glad you said that. I mentioned that at the last meeting that we had. And sometimes, like, when I'm thinking the things that I'd like to share, I don't want to sound like I'm being redundant, but recognizing we have new people here, you know, something Marcy said when we were at Influence, which is the national event in Nashville back in July. I had someone come up to me and I said, well, who are you with? And I said, oh, NSA Carolinas. And they said, oh, well, you got to go super chapter. No idea what you mean by that, but tell me more, you know, and I'm going to own it and I'm going to take it back to the chapter. And I said, well, no, I mean, you know, the number of NSA national presidents that have come out of NSA Carolinas, the number of Hall of Famers that have come out of NSA Carolinas, the number of CSP speakers that you have coming out, the number of people that you've had that are involved at the national level of the board, helping to set policy, DE&I, as well as events. I mean, that's what this chapter is about. We have such an incredible lineage and DNA that I really would hope if you take time to learn more about it. Peter Ray does a great job of getting the word out from the legends of our chapter. The key thing is to recognize that you're part of something that's special, part of a group that's unique, and part of a group that's continuing to evolve and grow. And I hope you'll take some pride in it. I know I do greatly. So thank you for mentioning that. That's perfect. Thank you. The last thing I'd like to mention is something new for the chapter that we've been trying to focus on and do is this idea of chapter sponsors. Okay, so in the past, we may have a sponsor that would come in and maybe sponsor a lunch or something like that, you know, the traditional way. Well, we've gone out and tried to be a little more intentional in bringing in companies, sponsors that could be a benefit in their resources to us as an organization and really get involved in a number of different ways with us. So for example, this event today is being brought to us by SpeakerFlow. All right, now SpeakerFlow is a phenomenal platform, really helps speakers with their back office systems and ties things together, whether it's your social media, your invoicing, your contracts. There's a ton of things, your workflows, just so that you can focus on what's happening in front of you, not working in the business all the time, right? They were great when they came in mid-October. They offered up a 20% off discount for our members through October. I hope some of you took advantage of that. I did. But if you didn't, they're still offering a 10% NSA Carolinas discount for any of their services. So our hope is that you check them out. They're going to be working with us in a couple of different ways to see insights, education, and other resources for them throughout the course of the year to help you, and also be part of our award ceremony also. Sam.
I just found out Kelly used SpeakerFlow, right?
I do. Happy to be a resource for anybody who wants to ask me about it later.
Love it. Love it. And they're great people. Taylor Kane over there, one of the co-founders, absolutely phenomenal. I'm excited to get on board with it as well. I know it's going to benefit me also and my business and my practice. So I want to thank the folks at SpeakerFlow a great deal, but it's not just a one and done. We'll be hearing about them throughout the course of the year. And then we've got another sponsor that we'll be announcing shortly, but I'll tell you all now. So Chuck Gallagher at Primo Productions is coming on as well. And he'll be offering up various services and discounts for his video work also for us. So that will be great. Hello, Kelly.
I also use Chuck Gallagher. He's not paying. I do all my studio through him and would be happy if anybody needs to call me and ask a reference about him.
Love that. Well, who else are you working with? So I love it. No one? Oh, all right. All right. So that's what I have in terms of announcements, updates, information, and just general love for you all. So with that, we do have a video that Kevin had put together for us in his absence that we'd like to share with you all before we get things kicked off. And then I'm going to hand it back over to Peter.
Let me share my screen.
All right.
For my folks online, can you see my screen? Thumbs up, please. Outstanding. Thank you.
Kevin needs to drive.
Well, thank you, Mike. And hello to our NSA Carolinas members and all of our guests today. As Mike said, I'm honored to be your president-elect for this amazing chapter. And currently, I'm either on a plane, train, or on a literally somewhere between Boston and the University of Maine. So it's, I wish I could be with you today. And frankly, of all the events that we've ever put on, this is one that I truly wish that I could be part of. I am so thrilled, folks, that you are going to experience Kelly Swanson, CPAE, Hall of Fame speaker, who's come to our chapter to share with her share with us really her insights on how to become a better speaker through storytelling. Kelly, thank you so much. Can we give it up for Kelly real quick? I also want to give a shout out and a thank you to our Speakers Academy folks who are here today. If you're in the Speakers Academy, would you please stand up? Well, the Academy is something we do every year. This is a big featured workshop for them as well. These are folks who are growing their speaking businesses, as well as you're going to hear from them today. So look, my role is done here. I want to say thank you to the Rachel Kendall team for providing this amazing office space. My beautiful wife helped make it happen. And also, I want to give a shout out and just a mention to the Ronald McDonald House, because the charity sponsor for what we're doing today really needs our support. So whether you brought in a toy or whether you can support the Ronald McDonald House, there's some kids in need right now who really appreciate your thoughts, and whether that's for a toy or just some other type of support. And today's a special day. So it's a special day for you. You get to experience Kelly, you get to learn how to grow your business, but you also are part of something that is a small dent to help kids at the Ronald McDonald House. Right? That's why we're here, for all those reasons. Thank you so much. I look forward to meeting all of you soon and seeing you again, and enjoy the event. Take care. Back to you.
Thanks to Kevin. I want to do a little housekeeping real quick. Today there's going to be 3 hot seats with Kelly. So if you'd like to participate in those, if you can, well, I couldn't find any index cards. If you can write your name down on a piece of paper, I'll come by and pick them up, and we'll pull them out of a hat later. Okay. What we're going to do, I think.
Peter, can you tell us a little bit more about what the hot seat is? Like how
prepared,
how prepared do you have to be?
Like, yes, first of all, don't be scared. It's done, it's not like a Simon Cowell, it's done with a lot of grace. It's a workshopping moment. It can be finished story, it can be unfinished story, it can be, I got a whole PowerPoint or print speech and no story. You can bring me a burning question, and instead of going into the piece of the story, we will chat it out and let everybody listen. 15 minutes total per person. You share for 5, no more than that. We set an alarm, and then I give feedback for 10, and everybody watching learns just as much. So use that time for me to help you.
Could we use notes from our,
yes.
Or do we have to have it?
No, you may use notes, you may read it, it can be clunky.
Okay.
This is a chance for you to get help, for me to serve you. Okay. Thank you for asking. That's a great question.
So if you're interested in doing that, write your name on a piece of paper, send them all the way down to the end, and I'll pick them up. And that would be awesome. The other thing is, for the Speaker Academy members, we're going to have 2 speaker spotlights. I think one is one and done. The other one is available. So if you want to do a speaker spotlight, please catch me at the break. Okay. That's a lot of things.
You got to speak louder. You got to speak louder.
Speak louder. Oh. We're going to move on. And it's time to introduce our keynote speakers. And Kevin wrote me a very nice thing here, you know, and I'm going to do this because I know she doesn't want to go through all this. I had the opportunity with a few of us last night to have dinner with Kelly. I found out 2 things.
Maybe you better read the info.
2 things. You're going to love this. We both have the same intro. And what I mean by that, when we meet somebody, because of our accents, the first thing people ask me when, "Hi, I'm Peter. Where are you from?" And I always say, I'm from Johnson County, North Carolina. No, you're not. Kelly does the same thing. When she meets somebody, she says, I'm from New Jersey. Second thing. In the business, we talk about being genuine, being authentic. A lot of people don't know how to do that. Is that something that I get, or is that something to learn? Or we spent a couple hours with Kelly last night. She told a lot of stories. She told a story about her wedding, being at Johns Hopkins Hospital, because her husband's mother was in the hospital. Now, that was just one story. After I left dinner last night, I felt like I've known Kelly my whole life.
So can I borrow money?
Obviously don't know my story. But I think that's something, somebody who's authentic and genuine, she lives it. And to get up on stage for the NSA to be named Hall of Fame CPA speaker, that's money. So let me introduce to you Hall of Fame speaker, Kelly Swanson.
All right, we're gonna pass that off?
Yes, we're gonna pass it off. Get your stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna set up shop right here. Is that where everybody is in it?
They're waving.
While Kelly's getting set up,
You can see
I
that
have
up there
to
as well.
read this. Here's what some of our clients have recently said about her. She's the modern day Mark Twain. That's brilliant. She turned my words into marketing gold. She's the story whisperer. She's like a Southern Garrison Keeler with a hint of Lucy. Awesome. Stage is yours, Kelly.
Stan? Yeah. I know it says I'm going to do a keynote. I kind of am, but kind of not. We're going to have an elevated conversation, and we're going to interact, and we're going to talk, and we're going to discuss. But over my years of going and talking shop with people at different chapters, some of them have said, Kelly, you've gotten away from showing people what you do. You just talk about it. Don't lose. They want to see a little bits of what you're doing on stage and what that looks like. So I'm doing a hybrid of that, where I'm going to drop into pieces of my keynote, but not stay there long. And then we'll come out and we'll unpack it, okay? And give you a chance to talk and discuss. And you're going to have to eat the fish and spit out the bones with this, because I'm hired for many different reasons. Sometimes it's as the artist, to make people laugh, funny motivational speaker. And sometimes I'm in front of a group of realtors teaching them how to tell stories. So you're going to see me do things and go, well, I can't do that where I am. Yeah, some of you won't. But this is a storytelling deep dive into just however I can serve you in this short time that we have. The first half of it, show and tell and discuss. Second half of it, story makeovers and Q&A. So gather your burning questions. You can ask them now. We may say, oh, bring that up in the second half. I'm even starting in a way that's non-traditional, even for somewhere like here. And I'm going to read you something. And I hate reading you something, but I want to selfishly, I want to share it. I just finished it and I want somebody to hear it. But also unselfishly, people say, where do you get your story ideas? And it happened when I went to Spruce Pine, North Carolina. I got an idea. I want to show you how it starts for me, how it manifests itself for me, and how I will then go take it out and use this one story in all these different pieces of my business. So I wanted to just start by reading that, and it's clunky and the ink's not even dry, and there's things I don't like about it, but it started, and don't be rolling your eyes. I'm not going to go into the whole story I made you hear over there. It started with a trip to Spruce Pine, North Carolina to speak. I found out I'm related to half the town. It turns out I didn't know it. I'm an introvert, believe it or not. I don't like to go visit and do things when I'm in the town. I came out of my comfort zone. My dad said, you know people on Old Vance Farm Road in Spruce Pine. I drove up. The man was in the driveway. I said, I'm your relative. He said, I know you're Kelly Swanson. I recognize you from Facebook. He'd been on my Facebook page. He drove me all around, and at one point, and this is why I'm telling you this, he takes me to a tree. And he says, see that tree right there? Now you asked for, there's a lot of trees. I said, there are millions. He said, no, that one. He said, that's the tree me and your daddy used to climb when he was young. He said, that's the tree me and my cousins climbed. He said, when Melly showed up in my driveway like you did unannounced, he said, he didn't care. He said, it was the greatest blessing. He said, we went all over this land and Melly and I came to that tree. And I'm sitting in my ATV drinking my is that what's called ATV? Drinking my coffee, trying to act like I belonged on an ATV in the middle of a pasture. And he said, we climbed that tree. He said, Melly came to visit. We looked at that tree. And Melly said, Tom, we're going to climb that tree. And he said, we're in our 60s. And we climbed that tree. Now I said, Tom, the tree's dead. Oh, he said, it's a dead tree. I said, well, probably because y'all climbed it, but that's probably not part of the story. That stuck in my mind. I sat there and saw a beautiful moment. I couldn't put words to it of what I saw, but I got out my phone and I wrote down the tree, kids coming back in their 60s. Climbing that tree, explore this. And when I got in the car, I looked at that moment that gave me a feeling and I went, what's the story there? Why does that move me? What happened when they came to climb that tree? And I explored it and I sat down and in my own way, not the way you're going to do it, I wrote what I identify my stories often when I'm writing them as what they're going to be. Is this an episode of Pride's Hollow? Is this a teaching story? Is this going to be a comedy bit? Is this, and I am starting to write columns, and no, nobody's hired me as a columnist, but I'm starting to write columns and I'm going to sell them-ish, include them in my packages to my clients when they buy a keynote and say, do you happen to have any kind of publication that you need to get content out in front of your people? And would you like a column like the one I write? You may have this or it's included in your package. I don't know if that's a smart idea or not, but I've got to get this out in front of more people. And I've got to believe that my buyers are looking for content, even if it's a funny motivational content. So this I wrote in the intent that it would be a column. I'm going to write it. I'm going to put music to it. It's going to go out in my newsletter. It's going to go on my social media page. I'm going to funnel it out. And so that's how I'm using the story. Will I use it in a keynote? I'm not sure. I've got hundreds of stories. So for me, it becomes, who needs to hear this story? You know, you may be the only ones who ever hear it live. So I'm hoping it's helpful. I hate when people say, so do I have your permission? Because what are you going to say? No. I hope it's helpful for you to hear how it came out on paper. And then we can talk about it a little bit if you want. If not, we'll move on to the next story. All I'm going to do is show you pieces of stories. And then we're going to talk about how you can learn from it. We good?
Yes.
The story is called It's Just a Tree. Now, when I want to get in the mood to write a story, I will often go to Artlist. What is it called? Do y'all use is Artlist where I get my music? It's a weird, it's like ARTIIST or something. I get all my music from there. I pay a service. So I'll often go find the music. Now this is weird. You may not want to do that, but when I'm writing this kind of stuff, I find the music that inspires me. I find folksy, artsy. I listen to people singing. I'll play it in the background. I found the music for the story before it was ever written because it put me in that mode. Some of you are like, we don't know what you're talking about. We teach sales training, you know, enough. Others of you are like, you are strumming my soul. Okay, eat the fish, spit out the bones. I'll open the story. I'll get on a green screen, whatever. I may go to a studio. I alternate between how I put these stories together. And I will send it even to the people who booked me to be a strategic storytelling for a bunch of realtors. And, you know, I one lane, everybody gets everything. Might be a bad idea, who knows? All right. I wrote this story from my trip to Spruce Pine, North Carolina. I hope you like it. This story is dedicated to Tom and Melly and the tree I got to meet that day. They say that if you walk deep into the forest to where the sun begins to prism and the wind begins to shuffle the leaves, that if you stop, breathe in all the way, and listen with your whole heart, the leaves will talk to you. They will tell you their stories. And they will release the memories of the giggles and the squeals of the children who were raised up by its branches. If you head out to old Vance Farm Road in Spruce Pine, North Carolina, there's an old homestead where the land and the leaves whisper the tales of my people. And if you go deep enough to a certain spot that most any cousin will remember forever, no matter how long it has been since they left, there stands a tree. Well, many, of course. But for today, I just speak of one tree I got to meet personally. You see, long ago, back in the days when children roamed the woods endlessly, without a phone or a screen to light their way, when the ringing of a cowbell was what called you home to dinner, there was a tree that lived on that old Vance homestead, the kind of tree that looks like many of the others around it, but this one with a louder voice that called out to children to come and climb. When you're 11, there is no amount of parenting wisdom that will keep you from the magnetic pull of that tree. You climb as high as you dare to go, and you sit on that long branch that extends its withered finger out like an old professor. And it shows you the world that's waiting out there, further than you've ever gone before. And it was worth the scraped skin payments and the fear of falling and putting an eye out, because you could see forever. The tree showed you all that was waiting for you out there, and one by one, each cousin would eventually, though, wave goodbye and run into their future in favor of things more sensible and exciting than climbing a tree. And so the tree has stood guard over this homestead for all these years, until one day, two cousins come walking back through those same woods. Their hair now gray, their step not as quick as it used to be back then. And the leaves began to flutter like the turning pages of their childhood scrapbook. There's the tree, she whispers in quiet awe. Do you remember it? He nods. Who could forget? They both stared at it for a moment, much as you stare at something that felt so big when you were small. And now you see it through that different dusty lens, and it doesn't feel so big anymore. And yet, you're wrapped up in how it felt all those years ago, as if no time has passed, as if the child and the adult are now dancing together in that moment, hoping that each one will rub off just a little bit on the other one. Come on, Melly, he said, it's time to go. But she shook her head. Nope, not yet. Today, Tom, we're gonna climb that tree. And her crow's feet illuminated that same determined grin she had when she was 11. And so they climbed, branch by branch, as high as they could go, and we won't reveal who got further. And you could hear their laughter ring through the trees for a lifetime, embedded into the scrapbook, another memory for keeping and whispering to another ear on another day. I heard that story, and I stood there staring at that tree.
And I imagine those two youngins, now not so young, sitting on the branches where that long finger this time did not point out to what lay ahead, but rather showed them what they had all those years ago that they couldn't see then. The gift in a childhood being raised by those branches in a world that no longer exists. For we reach a point in life where we sit on that branch, knowing that what lies ahead of us is a shorter road than the one we've walked. And sometimes if we're quiet enough, if we just breathe and listen with our whole heart, we can see not what is gone, but what was. The gift and running through the leaves while the sun's prisms wrapped us in the gift of family and the blessing of being raised up by the trees. I stood there longer than I counted, staring at that tree that until a moment ago looked no different than the millions around it. And I heard its whisper and I breathed in its message. I heard it calling me loudly to take this moment to climb out on my own branch and be thankful for the childhood I had. Because to someone else, it's just a tree. So, hard to read something I'm not quite finished yet. My husband's like, I think it's finished. You need to put it out there. But let's talk about it for a minute, because it is a great illustration of how I find a point, make a story, have a window into what happened, figure out why I'm telling the story, figure out what the point in it is in it for you, weave myself into it personally. It's not just about them, it's about me, and yet make it about you at the same time, which I believe is the trifecta, or is it trifecta? Trifecta of connection through story. It's about you, it's about it, and it's about them. And when I look at stories and speeches, which I have for 19 years or longer, over and over and over, I'm always looking at, are you in there? What is it as defined by story, not just facts? And are you telling their story too? Questions, comments, thoughts. We're opening this up to dialogue and there's no right or wrong. Yes, sir.
So the story, you were saying how it should be about them. Now, obviously, there has to be a correlation of the theme of your appearance and who you're talking to and what industry it is. Do you find that difficult to weave it into them, given that
No.
could be realtors,
Well,
party planners, or accountants?
it's about choosing the right story, first of all, for the group. People always say, is this the right story? Is this the best? Is this the best? Is this the best? I'm like, stop asking that question. Stories are strategic tools to persuade and influence people. Find the right one. It's about the right story. So my first question would be, is it the story that this group needs to hear? It's driven by the point I want to make. Yes, I'm an artist. So I secretly, but for many of my clients, just want to tell stories. And that's what they wanted me to do. I call it the Jenny Robertson experience. And some of y'all will be in that model. It's all I want to do. And they don't care which stories I pick. And I can walk around and I can just flow into it. And I do a lot of speaking events where they're like, just make us feel good, make us laugh, give us a relevant message. A relevant message is different from take us further down the road in this content. So I hope I'm answering that correctly. So yes, it applies. And once, if you understand what the point of the story is, you could look at that story I just told you, and you could spin it in a different way. The magic of nature. You could go say, oh, it's a lesson about this. It's a lesson, but we could probably come up with 10 lessons, and then I could spin it and go, I want to tell the tree story. How can I make it fit their theme of uproot? You see, that's how it works. Sometimes the story for me is driven by the point I want to make, and I'm looking for the illustration that beautifully illustrates that point, that shows instead of tells. And other times I've got a story I want to tell. I know this group will love it. That's a hard one because I will make assumptions that they won't. I write a lot of stories about my audience, and that's not fair to them out of fear and low self-esteem. But then it just becomes, I'm gonna tell y'all Chubra. If it kills me, I'm gonna find a way to make it fit this event, and I make it work. Okay, what else? Yes.
One of the things that always stands out to me about you is the way you pause and up and down and how, and it's dramatic. It makes people like, listen. So how does somebody who's in the workshop training space, who's talking about something like getting out of your inbox and inbox behaviors, email behaviors, task management, time guardrails, how do we do that without sounding like we're trying too hard?
Okay, is it okay if I go there now instead of putting it, we're going to make this organic.
Oh, if this is something later, then that's
no,
that's
I'm just sort of, yeah. No, I think I want to go here. The first thing I will say is I'm not going to talk a lot about how and why stories work. I've written a gazillion, there's articles, you can find all the free information you want. You can go to my free gift and get a free copy of the story formula and download it. And it will, I don't want to go deep into why stories work. So I'm going to the short answer right now. And you already know this, most of us already know this, but many speakers don't. They think story is a nice little add-on, or it's something only other people do. No, story has profound impact to show and tell. And I'm going to bring up what it does in a minute with a different story, but it creates likability, it creates trust. It is doing massive amounts of work for you, even in the training space, even in the heavy content space. It is illustrating what you're trying to teach them in a way they will never forget, in a way that gets their ultimate buy-in. So I want to first lock in that stories matter to you just as much as to me, but not in that they're not going to be used in the same way. And you might not. Now, nothing wrong with it. If you're there all day, who cares if you start off with a story about a tree? They may remember that forever, and you've gotten the credit, you see. But let me answer your question, which I forgot now.
Yours, it brings drama.
Yes.
And I would
and it scares you because you're not up here to bring drama.
Right. I'm not hired to be fun and all that.
No.
Yeah.
But you are hired to create an experience.
Yeah.
This is the perfect question. I was like, whoa, we're going deep, right? But you are hired to create an experience. You are hired to get them to remember you past this day to get more business. You are hired to get them invested in what you're doing and help them retain the information.
I would say I'm hired to get results.
Wait, are you, well, what is that? Okay, can we follow this?
Out of their employees.
Right, you are hired to come in. Are you teaching them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You're hired to come in and teach.
Mm-hmm.
So that you get your job in this moment, just like mine, is to help you, is to shift your perspective.
Yeah.
And story, I'm not going to go into all of it right now because I think it will derail us too much. Story is doing more for you than the information itself. The information brings it home. The story is unlocking pieces of their brain, lowering their arms, giving it to them in a way that they can remember it for a long time. You're already doing it. You're giving them analogies. You may go quick and to the point. You may do it in a different way than I will. Now, when you say drama and impact, I would rather you focus more, all of you, not on how can it be dramatic like Kelly. I am just this way. Right? I am this way.
Yeah.
This is who I am. I am over the top. I am dramatic. I don't care about surface conversations. I will go deep with you and cry in a corner. So this is me authentically talking about a tree in the way I would. I want you to focus on being present in the story, honoring the pauses that you have, feeling it again. Even if of course, it's not going to be the same if you're talking about your client who cleaned out their email box.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not going to go, get ridiculously unrealistic telling us. You see, there's a time, a time and a place. Maybe for you, it's in the, let me tell you why this matters so much to you, because you're being burdened, you're being buried alive by the tasks that you have to do each day, and you're missing getting out to leave on that door at 5 o'clock to go be with your child. You are missing your child's moments because you are buried under even. See how that's how you would do it. So, and I will end on this thing and then go some more comments and I'll go some more, but it's a great question. You went right to it. And I love that. I was like, oh. So thank you for that. Because you're yes. Yes. And I want everybody in here to go right to it. I want you to verbalize that. Yeah, but that's going through your head. I want you to use story, which you probably already are. I want you to be in it when you tell it to me. They may be matter of fact for you, and you won't need as many details. But if it's a story, we kind of need to, I'm going to encourage you, and don't take it personally. I'm really encouraging the people I've met who might, whatever. No disclaimers. Can we just get, I'm going to encourage you not to step outside of the story and tell it to me like it's in the same tone and manner and everything else that you do the rest of your speech. I'm going to ask you to have a little bit of fun with it and get a little bit more. I'm going to ask you to not see story as a list of facts, but as something that happened to somebody. Story is not a list of facts. That's not a story. It's a list of facts. So I'm going to encourage you to, when you decide you want a story, and I'm not going to tell you how many you should have. That's up to you. That you look at it for the experience of a before and an after that a person had, and why they followed your advice or didn't, and how that paid off in a positive or a negative way. That's where your stories are. And maybe yours are going to be at the front and the back end of your presentation. And they're going to be related to the big why. We are all benefited by a big why story. Why do we do this? Why does it matter? I have one, and I'm going to go to that one next, actually, the woman with the mop. I was going to go to Chub Rub. I might move Chub Rub to the very end. So y'all remind me, do Chub Rub, girl. Because every chapter on the planet says, oh my God, remember your Chub Rub story. So y'all, somebody cut me off. Whatever. Remind me to tell it today. Peter, what?
I'll cut you off.
Remind me to get to it, but I'm going to do it to the end. Is that helpful to you?
Yeah. Oh,
Marcy?
Yeah.
Use it as the tool that is designed to be for you, but don't be afraid to let the emotion into the room. It's your ticket as their truth teller, as their leader, as the salesperson standing in front of them to create likability, trust, help them know you and help them like you. That is critical in sales. It's critical when we stand. It's critical for me here. It's critical for you in that. And stories will show them who you are without you having to tell. Yes. Is this helpful for you? Are we going in a way that's giving you ideas? Yes, ma'am.
Kelly.
Yes.
When you start a story like the truth,
yes.
Do you begin, and I guess part of this learning is the process. Do you write it out as a written story? Or are you standing in the shower thinking about, oh, I'll tell that part first, and then here's the why, or when you're driving down, whatever.
Y'all are so smart. She said, what's my process for creating these stories? I keep forgetting to include my people who are on camera, and I hope you can see my face, not down my shirt. Yes, these are real. Don't be afraid to come off script in your presentations. You will get the biggest laugh for the least funniest joke because they know it happened in the room. My process. I'm glad you asked. Y'all asked some really smart questions. I'm like kind of blown away a little bit because you're like going right to the core of it. Now everybody's like, I'm not going to ask it. Maybe myself. I'm a scripter, not in my content. My content is in my soul. I can script the talking points. I got to get you here. I've got to get you here. I've got to get you to realize we're all in the business of persuasion. I have an argument I take my audiences through. I mean, I call it arguments, like a sales presentation. And
If you care about that in your free gift, I give what I call the anatomy of a presentation. Who am I? Why am I here? How do I identify with who you are? What's the problem we have? What happens if we don't fix it? What happens if we do? How did this manifest itself in my own life? I have but that's not what I'm here to talk about today. I have a formula for the content. I'll plan that. My content is, the tweetables are scripted. There are some lines. I want you where the art of story meets the business of persuasion. I want to get that right every time. So I will script that, but I will go deliciously off script. I will have conversations, even in a keynote. I'm learning how to do that more. But when we're learning it, I'll tell Woman with the Mop, which we're about to go to now, and I'll go, hey, let's talk about this. And I'll be like, I'm ready. What? And I will get them talking to me, and it's not scripted. Because they've asked me to move them further down the road. I'm teaching, it's content, and it's in my soul. And when you can become the coach in the room, even in a keynote, you are going to get. Oh, I can go deliver an artistic keynote, convince them that story matters, and have them not lining up, I'm exaggerating, but have them coming up going, oh my gosh, you're right. We're not paying attention to story. We need that. What do you have? You see, and when you can become, that's a little extra tidbit, when you can become the coach in the room and show them what you do, which is why my whole second half with you is going to be devoted to story makeovers, to me showing you my content as it manifests itself in your own life. It's beautiful, but let's go to what you asked me. My stories, they're like pieces of music to me. My comedy, you get a joke in the wrong place, it's not going to get a laugh. You pick a better word, you're going to get a better laugh. I spend a lot of time on the humor. I spend a lot of time on the stories. You've got to understand, I beat this home. I am driven by being an artist. That's what fills me with joy. That is who I want to be in this industry. The fact that I can coach or have all of that is secondary. I just happen to be able to do that. So I am driven by creating these stories and telling them to you. So I'm going to spend way more time than most of you are going to spend, because the words are like pieces of music. What people often don't realize on the other side of it, who don't want to spend all that time, what you don't realize is that one tiny word, one description, one extra joke, one, okay, well, just play with this line if you're not going to script the whole story, can have a profound impact on how that story is received. The thing I hear the most is, oh my God, because people don't want to work that much on the story part. And yet they'll come back to me and they're like, I just gave a sales keynote, and my story about being in a dump in Africa is finally what got my book sold out, the CEO following me around. It was the story. Okay. And they'll say, I did not realize that just one tweak could have a shift in impact. That is what but that is what people don't see on the other side. So you don't have to go to a degree. Now, to answer your question, I write my stories out because I'm like a musician. You don't have to. I do help people who will not, cannot, don't want to go through that process. So I'll go, okay, at the very least, will you show me this? At the very least, show me some details, please. At the very least, tell me how it made you feel. Tell me how it made you feel. We connect by emotion, not plot. That's one of the most important things I can tell you, is we connect by emotion, not plot. So it's not what you went through where we're connected. It's when you include, for me, the emotion related to it. You don't have to get sappy. You can just say, hey, I was overwhelmed. And my brain finds a time when I was overwhelmed. Now I'm standing in my story at the same time as yours. I told you I wouldn't go into the science of it. You just have to trust me for today. Hard for me to stay on track because everything spins off into it's in here. Scripting, but it's very important. So I'm a scripter. And when I write my stories, when we learned how to write growing up, we were given a piece of paper, told to write, and we just started writing and hope it ended up somewhere. Most of us didn't learn how to organize it. We also learned how to write as if it were going to be read in an article or a blog post. And so we write that way. We write with a different filter. Don't do that in storytelling. Write the way you talk. Mess it up. If you don't use heretofore in your sentences normally, Toastmaster people. Okay. I've been Toastmasters, I've lapsed, and I'm in between. But that was my biggest beef with Toastmasters. Is I was like, if you would not leap across the stage or start your story with heart, I said to my neighbor. When I don't do sports, but we'll play. In addition to being a speaker, I'm also editor of the Gazette, the Pride's Hollow Gazette. I have a copy, but normally I would hold it up. It's already been at their place. And I was like, there's this big thing going on in Pride's Hollow in my town where old man Withers left everybody a bunch of money. And I often start the story. I'm not going to do it today. And he gave all his money to the town. And he just said, well, on one condition, what would you do if you were brave? And like everybody's doing all this stuff to get their money. And well, that's what all you got to go to my YouTube channel to go here. And well, Stan, we got time. My speech is really only 10 minutes. So I'm gonna go ahead and just tell you, you want to hear about the dead body in the sanctuary, don't you? Okay, well, here's what happened. And I'm off. And I tell a funny, silly story about a dead body. And I may tell I got hundreds of stories of what these people are doing, of my episodes. And oh, sorry, am I getting too close? And see, that's the kind of stuff I do on stage, and it is weird, and I've never seen anybody do anything like it. And I even go back and I talk about my own being the little girl with the stories in my. What you need?
It's showing the audience. It's not picking you up on that.
Okay, well you can work it out. Now, it was important, but that was on my list to show you is how I incorporate my whole brand now, and it's scary, y'all, because I don't know if this is going to work. It could tank my career. Well, it wouldn't tank. It's not that high up to begin with, but I'm dramatic. Don't have to fall hard when it ain't that hard to fall. No, I'm being funny, but I'm taking a risk. The pandemic taught me, and this is kind of what I'll do in my keynotes. I'm going back to your scripting. The pandemic taught me that life is short. Who do I want to be in this business? I spent my whole career in this business thinking I needed to look like a trainer, thinking I needed to look like somebody with more content, thinking, well, her pen, she makes people's pens moving. I must be doing something wrong. Thinking, oh, well, she's got a game show in hers. I must be doing something wrong. I don't use PowerPoint. I must be doing something wrong. And I have spent my entire career thinking my way wasn't the right way, and that I need to do it more like you. Learn from me. I am now at that point going, everybody got there their own different way, and there was space for all of us. I should have landed at what I want to do. I would have been much further along if I had just owned the idea I had from day one. Scary to do when the phone's not ringing. Scary to do when you don't know how you're. Scary to do because you got to go get a paycheck. So I'm at that place now where I'm doing scary things on stage, and I'm owning it. You don't have to do like that. And all my stories in my keynotes now are episodes. And I will tell you this, on the back end, and I hope this is not just me rambling on about me. I hope this is helpful for you. When I now go look at open rate, engagement on my Facebook page, now maybe not for you, but for me, it is unbelievable how much my engagement jumped when I stopped writing articles about it. My people, now yours were here, yours are different. Yours are on your list for a different reason. Okay, that's where we have to decide who we're going to be, how we're going to position, what kind of business we want, who we want to be. I've been playing the fence between heavy content, whatever. But I told my husband, I was like, oh, nobody's reading my newsletter. I only got 38% open rate on that. And I went, he was like, let me see. I was like, this is only 47% redneck cat funeral. We need to learn from the people who are figuring out that funny and stories get shared a lot more than our content. Okay, I write the way I script things out, but I write the way I talk. I mess things up. I write the way a conversation would go. And then as I'm practicing, I practice saying it in a way. Now, the tree, it's more column. That's why I said, I want you to know how I'm going to use this. Then I practice saying it like I didn't memorize it. One trick I have, and then we'll get to your question, and then we'll go to another story and do some more unpacking. One trick I have is I will tell you a story, and I will stop. I can't go into one now and do it. And I will go, it was like ice cream. Ice cream. Now, I know exactly I was going to say ice cream, but I look at you like I can't think of what that word is. Even in a poem, I'll do that. It's my way of having a conversation with you. I did it in the tree. Did you notice? I would be like, how do I describe this to you? That little technique right there. And then I will also state your objection. I do this everywhere, in stories, outside stories, that I know what you're thinking. But I don't have to say I know what I know, right? Who does that? I mean, right? I will, and I was just working with somebody yesterday who she said, we know what her clients are thinking. Yeah, but, and I said, then say it. Then tell them, just like you would in a sales call, right? I know what you're thinking. I can't do this. I know what you're thinking, but you hadn't seen my email list. I know what you're thinking, but my kid, you don't know my kid. I know what you're thinking. One random question that downloaded into my head that I want to tell you now, even though it's irrelevant. The person yesterday said, how do I keep talking about me without talking about me? It's everybody asks me that in every audience. I've been told not to talk all about me. And I get why you say that. Because for years, speakers just talked about it, how great they are. Aren't I great? Everything I did, and it's great. And you're like, but they threw the baby out with the bathwater. And they began to not talk about themselves at all. Let me tell another Disney story. That's great. Nothing against another Disney story. But I'm okay hearing about you because now, again, depends. Yeah, Marcia, you're going to be more result. You're not going to, but some of us are going to, went out of my head. So hard for me to grasp what gets downloaded. And so what was I just saying?
How do I talk about me without?
How do I talk about? Thank you. Thank you. You're the person they hired to come in there. Of course, everything's going to be from your perspective. Of course, we want to meet you. You're the one we chose. You're the experience we've created. Yes, you can talk about yourself, but just make it about me. Always. You can talk about you all day long as you're talking about me. Well, how do we do that? My friend said, well, how do I do that? I don't know how to do that when I just told a story that's obviously just about me. I said, first of all, then you don't understand why you're telling the story. You weren't telling it for you. So you need to back up and figure out why you told them that. You need to understand the lesson. You need to understand the point of it. Many people don't. Then when you understand it, if you still think they're not reading between the lines, did you get a message for you in the tree story? Yeah, it was subtle. I didn't have to go, now let me tell you what you just learned. Which in the storytelling world, you don't do that. But in the speaking world, that was Jeannie Robertson was one of my, she's the one who brought me into this world. She was like, girl, you're not going to like this, but you need to tell your story. Then you're going to need to tell them what they just learned. And you're going to think it's stupid and da, 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 but you're going to need to tell them and maybe tell them again. They're going to want to write it down. Here's a statement you can use in your speeches. So what does this have to do? That's all you have to do. And if you can't answer that, then you got some more. So what does this have to do? So why am I telling you this? It's another statement you can put right at the end of your story. So why am I telling you this? Another thing you can say is, so how would this apply to you? How can you take what I've just told you in this example and apply it to you? You can spoon feed them. All right. And did we answer your question before we go on to the next story?
So my question is, are all the stories true?
This is why you sometimes need to do Q&A. I always say don't end on it, but this to me is more valuable than if I'd stood up here and given you 3 points and a webinar. I mean, you're going right to what people want to know. Just don't end on Q&A, by the way. Just don't end on it. True. We get asked every time, can we lie? Depends on
the dead body. Is it true in the sanctuary?
Well, he's passed out, so.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, probably. My stories start, most of them are true. They start with the truth, and then I build on that. As an artist and a storyteller, I'm not going to get tripped up in the details. But, you know, in the Jeannie Robertson style, nobody cares that she squished everything to happen on the Tuesday. Nobody cares that and that she used to do that all the time. All of her stories were a compilation. You know, she'd start with the kernel and she'd build. I don't think anybody cares.
that I changed the song in the story or that I changed the detail. If Jeannie had lied about serving in the military, we would care. You have to decide what you're okay with. And remember, if you're making up details that don't matter, be careful. Try to stick to the truth as much as you can. Because a detail, you may think they're not, somebody was working on a story in high school. It's like, I can't see your room. If I can't see it, I can't see your story. You've got virtual reality glasses on. Show me. Show me. And I said, put a poster on the wall. It's not about the right details, Amy. It's about any. Don't sweat over it. And yes, you can have too many. I'm guilty of it. Very guilty. People are like, Kelly, you just spent 3 minutes talking about the ash on the end of her cigarette. Rein it in. Okay. Because I'm the artist and that's what's driving me. And I have to rein it in when I'm in front of a bunch of realtors. We don't have that kind of time. And they're going to be going, what are you doing? You know, I have to be more conservative about where I can go. Where was I? I'm
The truth, you answered.
The truth. The poster on her wall, she came back. I said, put Van Halen on the wall. She came back and said, I changed the poster. Now you may think, well, I put a different one up there. I was like, oh, hey, whatever. She said that would not have been the one on my wall in that time of my life. And I went, oh, good point. And maybe nobody would notice. With a lie that doesn't make sense. Have you ever heard a story or a movie? And well, we wouldn't have cell phones then. People notice that. So I am very careful about cars in my, especially when I have no knowledge of it. I'm very careful about the details I choose so that it doesn't become a sticking point. But I can't tell you when it's okay to tell the truth or not. You know, in some cases, I'm not paid to tell the truth. And some people will say, I'm going to stick to the truth. Okay, here's a good one. I'm going to stick to the truth. I'm not changing the story one bit. I refuse to add something that didn't have it. They will be like, what's the hell I'm going to die on? I'm like, that's great. The story sucks. So don't tell it. You know, don't tell it. It's not good. You've got to do something. And then they're like, well, what do I do? I'm not changing it. I'm like, okay, then give us your inner narrative. Tell us what you're thinking. I know, right? I mean, that's like da 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 da. I know, right? I mean, they're probably thinking, well, what? Who let the bad point in? I am letting you know what I'm thinking, so I can add humor, so I can add details, so I can add flavor, and you can't call me a liar. That is a great way you can do it when you're telling your story. What are you thinking? Have a little, what is it? Mystery Science Theater, where they, you know, whatever. Have that little narrative. And don't be afraid to come out and, you know, I know, right? I memorize my stories. I practice my stories. I work on my stories, and then I let it go. That's where I am now with my theater show. I'm like, I got to let this go now because I'm not having fun anymore. And I step on there and I go, okay, I'm not going to bother about anything anybody told me. And I'm going to go have fun with this. And I'm going to reserve the space to play. But it takes a while. That first time you're like, just remembering what you need to say. And if it's hard for you, don't write a story that's impossible for you to deliver on Monday. Don't do that to yourself. Just write bullet points. Just go to some key points in your story. That's still better. You know, you find that what can work for you, the tiniest difference. Make it easy on you. The last thing I want to see you do is go create something that's a beast of a thing. All right, let's go to a different kind of story. Then we'll talk about it a little bit more, and then we'll have a break. How we're flying through this time, aren't we? So I got asked to speak. This is a typical type of story I tell. If some of you heard it, you're like, oh God, she is not going to tell a woman with a mop again, is she? I've told it a million ways to Sunday. I can almost use it in every audience. It is the type of story that in my mind is not sexy. It's not sexy. It's not funny. It's not fun to tell anymore, but it does what I need to do. And it opens up a conversation with my audience about my content. So I want to show you this story. It was a true story. It really happened, but it changed a lot of stuff. And then I said, oh, wow, it's just a story about what that woman did. Let me add another element to it and talk about why that story, what it meant to me. And I had another. So here it is. Too much of a disclaimer. So, And I will do it in a keynote, you know. And I'll have a smooth segue into it better than I will right now. But I had to do an event during the pandemic, tail end, when people are still going out, but not a lot. We're not in lockdown anymore. It was for a healthcare group. I'm like, oh, God. How do you go? They're like, just come cheer us up, which is hard for us that are motivational speakers. It is easier to cheer somebody up when times are good. This pandemic really put me through it. How do you do it when you don't even have it yourself? So I had to go. I'm like, how do I go cheer these people up? They don't know me. I got to go in here and cheer them up, tap them back in, talk about results. And so I had whatever, an hour keynote, I had all these things planned, had a story in it. And my time started getting cut, as you know it does. You got an hour, you got 55 minutes, you got 50 minutes, you start watching it get whittled away. I was going to have 15 minutes.
Down to 15.
Down to 15. Yeah. I was in a national conference and got down and gave a 10-minute keynote and got a standing ovation because they all knew. It was an election year. Election years, you tend to get grandstanded by the ones who come in to make whatever. But it whatever. So my time's whittled away. I'm like looking at everything I have. All these good things to say. I said, Kelly, I could hear Jeannie's words, do what brung you. You're a storyteller. Let the storyteller will do the work for you. So I got up and I told them just this story. I told them about a time when I was doing a different event, and it was like 0 o'clock. And it's cold and it's raining, and I'm juggling my briefcase and my coffee, and I'm going to admit it, my heart wasn't in it. It's another day, another dollar. Our work's not always glamorous. And I got to go in there. I think I got to talk on like customer service. Like, you know, you gotta love it when they book the motivational speaker to come teach them customer service. They want this content, but we want it to be fun.
In healthcare.
And healthcare, no less.
Stop that. But we want to have fun.
Yeah. Oh, and inspire us a little bit. Cheer us up. We're about to go lay everybody off. Half the staff is going to be laid off on Monday. Cheer us up. So I'm going to go in there and I'm already dreading. I'm like, okay, gotta go. This ain't gonna be fun. Blah, blah, blah. And I get to the doorway and I could hear singing. That's right. I could hear singing, this woman singing, some sweet morning when this day is over, I'll fly away. Her loud staccato jubilant notes of a life well lived. And the automatic glass doors opened up and I could see this woman standing there holding her mop as if it were a beloved dance partner. As if her faded cotton dress were made of the finest silk. I sat in the corner of the lobby. I was early. I was on my computer, kind of getting my last notes together. What am I going to tell them? You know, and I couldn't stop staring at this woman. And it didn't matter because she was oblivious to everyone around her, as if it were the most natural thing in the world to be dancing and singing and twirling her way across the marble floors of her hospital lobby. While the beeps of the monitors and the dings of the elevators sang to her in sweet harmony. And suddenly I could just smell the perfume of my changed perspective as I watched this woman turn her job into an art. You see, she didn't know I saw her in the restroom later that morning to stop what she was doing. Get this. She stopped what she was doing. She went over to a stranger and laid hands on them and prayed for their wounded child. You don't see that everywhere, even in the South. I saw her help the old man later that afternoon in the hallway, help the old man wrap the shawl tighter around his wife's shoulder. I watched her give away her lunch. And I watched all throughout the day in those cold, unexpected, antiseptic corners of that hospital, and I saw pain find healing. I watched sorrow meet comfort, and I watched hopelessness find hope. All wrapped up in her faded cotton dress and comfortable shoes. Some sweet morning, when this day is over, I'll fly away. She was still singing, y'all, all the way to the parking lot when she went to meet her bus at dusk. And I'm standing in front of their big glass window, you know, the big bay window, and in front of their sign, you know, fancy, slick, floor to ceiling, no doubt created by a group of marketing intellectuals. And the sign said, quite simply, excellence starts here. And I smiled and wondered if their CEO knew just how true that really was. That day, she taught me more about customer service than I taught those people. That day, a woman who smelled of bleach and blessings showed me what it looks like to serve from here. Can't care about your customers if you don't care about your customers. A woman with a mop showed me that your happiness for what you do, your love, your peace, your contentment, your joy for your job isn't something you wait for somebody to come in and give you. That woman was not singing from the moment she walked in because she had the best job in the place or because somebody gave her permission. She was singing because that's the story she writes in her head when she comes to work, because the story you write will become the life that you live. You want to change your life, you need to change this story. That woman showed me how every single one of us has a profound privilege, opportunity to impact every person who crosses your path. Whether it's in your job description, whether you realize it or not, whether you're the one holding the stethoscope or you're the one holding the mop. So thank you for every moment you took. Nobody was watching. And here's where I'll go off script depending on the audience. Remember, I'm in healthcare. Thank you for all those moments when you felt like you had nothing left. When you stopped, you rolled your stool over and grabbed somebody's hand. When you had a smile for somebody, even though you didn't feel one in yourself. When you did it, even though you did it just because it was your job and you didn't even feel good doing it, but you did it anyway. Thank you. I know it sounds weird, but thank you on behalf of all those who never took the moment to tell you if your work matters, that you don't realize what you do that you think is small. But to them, was everything. Yeah, I learned all that from a woman with a mop. Funny thing is, she had no idea if a woman with a mop can sing like that. So can we. I hate to break down a story, but side note, if my client hired me to go make their people better at customer service, I've done far more service than giving them 47 tips on how they could deliver better customer service. Was that necessary? You betcha. But I got their buy-in now. I tapped into what they want. I made them care. I found a way to elevate it through story. I told that story at that hospital event, got my little claps, got my people lined up. Yeah, everybody's gone. One man hung back. Older gentleman. Comes up to me. You could tell he was waiting until everybody left. Stooped over. Red rimmed eyes. He said, "Ma'am, do you have a moment?" I said, "Yes, sir, I do." He said, "I just want you to know that I'm the woman with the mop." And I knew exactly what he meant. He said, "I've been in maintenance at this hospital for going on 40 years. He said, "I don't believe anybody's ever told me that my job matters." Thank you. Let me shuffle off. Why? Y'all, before we take our break, let's spend the next 10 minutes. Why was I able to do what their CEO had not been able to do in 40 years for this employee? And I'm not lifting myself up. This is not about talented Kelly Swanson. This is about the power of story. And every one of you could have a story that illustrates the point you want to make. That story is, I was going to say 1000% true, but I'm already lying. I don't know if that was the song she was singing. I can't remember if she gave away her whole lunch or just a sandwich. But it happened. She was there. You've all seen somebody like that. At the airport, you've seen it. Every one of you could have a story just like that. And I bet I could find a way to tie it into every single one of your topics. It illustrates your point. How did I put it together? 3 paragraphs. Set the context. Tell me what happened. Tell me what you learned from it. It's not even a fantastically written story. It's only got a few details that I care about. The beeps of the monitors and the dings of the elevators. If I tell you nothing else, I'm going to get just the few. You see, it's not a sexy story. It does the work that I needed to do. Let's talk about that. And then I will, in my keynote, by the way, or my workshop, we will talk about it. And I'll take 400 people and go, why did that resonate? I'll wait.
Immersion.
What do you mean by that?
Universal immersion tap into what everybody's felt, even though the circumstances may be different.
Why would that matter, do you think?
Because it unites us and makes people think about stuff in their own life.
Anybody here in sales? Well, we all
No.
We'll talk about it. Well, we all do if we get the gig, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me. I call them gigs. What were you going to say? You were sale? Okay. Is emotional connection important in sales?
For sure.
Why?
People buy from people that they know, like, and trust.
And believe. I believe. People buy from people they like, trust, believe, and feel like they know. That's not me. That's not you. It's been around since the beginning of time. It's not changing anytime soon. Like, trust, believe, no, your data can't do that. Your content can't do that. Your information cannot do that. You want to get hooked again? I believe you're going to be even better served, even to get results, to also have them like you, trust you, believe you, and feel like they know you. Just throw me something so that you can create an emotional connection. Okay, wonderful. What else? What else about, and you can say anything about this story that jumped out at you, that you think made it effective, or pieces of it. Yes.
So that when you're listening to it, especially for that gentleman, but many people in that room, he became that woman.
Okay,
in other words, it embodied inside him the actual story.
Yeah, he identified with it. He said, that's me, which is odd. It was a woman. He was a man. She was different. He was different. He was like, that's me. Why would that matter? Why would that be important?
Visualization.
Visualization.
But I think
it's
because
also,
you own it.
It's
also because you spoke about a very ordinary person, a person who typically gets ignored. I think those kind of stories resonate with people a lot more. I use some of that in my story.
Amen. Amen. When you start to understand what some of the common emotions and feelings, the pains and desires of your buyer, and you can tap into a lot more than what you were just paid there to do. When you can tap into what they're really struggling with, wow, you just shot up in a level of influence. Marcy.
Because of the different levels, even the people who aren't the woman with the mop, they could look at the maintenance man and they'd be like, he's that for us. And then that man becomes our inspiration.
Yeah.
Yes. Question online. Evelyn.
Hey, thank you. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Good to see you.
Yes, nice to see you too. Hey, Marcy, how are you?
Hi, Evelyn.
What's your question, sweetie pie?
Yes, my question is, how emotional should be the stories? I mean, it depends on the topic, because I mean, this woman with the mop, it's really, really emotional, you know? But I mean,
okay, that's your choice. It's your stylistic choice. However, I would venture to say I didn't go real deep into emotion in that story and did not even name very many emotions. But so I'm not going to push back on you. I'm going to say that what you felt was so emotional. I can't answer your question in how far to go. Mm-hmm. You can, someone else will tell that story differently. I shouldn't say a man would tell it differently. That's stereotyping, because they wouldn't necessarily, but somebody else might tell it differently. The main thing I need you to remember is not to leave the emotion out. Tell me how it made you feel. You could have said, man, I saw this woman with a mop and you should have seen what she did. And it was like, I was, you could have told that in a very different way and achieved the same results in your style. I do not want y'all to tell stories like Kelly Swanson. I want you to tell stories like you. I want you to eat the fish, spit out the bones, take the pieces, but there is a formula. There is a framework in there. There are pieces. Your story needs a point. Your story needs a character with a conflict and a resolution.
and it needs emotion in it. So thank you. I wish I could tell you more about that. Let's talk a little bit more about why. Let me ask you one question that's very important that tags on what was said in the room. What if you had never met me? Put yourself in the hospital's audience and you have never met me and I had 15 minutes. What would you think about me other than I've got good hair? And you too can buy it. I'll send you a link.
Hit the customer service topic with the story.
Okay, great, great. What do you think about me personally? Kelly Swanson, the human being.
You're a human being who sees other human beings. Period.
You empathize.
What else?
You wear your emotions on your sleeve in a good way, and basically how you tell the story with your pauses and up and down in volume. It really resonates.
I was going to say emotional, but I think we would think you're a very much an insightful and thinking person. And you just see what a lot of people don't see.
And even from, and go beyond Woman with Mom, go in just the entire time I've been here today, and I was a stranger to you before, whatever. And this isn't pitching for compliments. I have a reason.
I would say that you are a woman who actually cares about the transformation of other people.
You're heart-centered and you got me into my heart.
Lived experience. You started the one with the mouth, but you had those days where you didn't even want to smile, but you did it anyway.
So you want to say something, or you just scratch it?
Highly relatable. I think because what you were saying, you could have very easily just popped up a picture of excellence begins here and talked about, oh, what does excellence mean and this kind of stuff, but you went in a totally different direction, and that's what makes people kind of sit on the edge of their seats. Yeah. This is an example of what excellence is. It's not rhetoric.
And let's say you said, oh, you're kind, you value family, you see things, you're empathetic. You don't know that. And you don't know that that's true. It is, because I believe when we're not authentic and we write stories that aren't what we believe, that people can sniff that out. So it is true, but you don't know that. But I got to show you who I was without going, let me just tell you, I'm honest, I'm so kind. You know, that ain't gonna work. And let's answer this question. Why does that matter? On stage, in sales, in social media? Why does what you think about me matter? We've already touched on it. There's no, but I want to land it in the room before we take a break. Why would that be important to me as a speaker? What will that get me as a speaker?
Because everything you do after that is so a little more open.
Yes, you lowered your arms. You lowered your arms. Open to what else?
I'm going to bring you back.
You're going to bring me back. You're going to be my friend. You're going to hang out in the hallway and just want to go talk to me. And this isn't about Kelly. This is about, because that's what I want you to know. You don't have to be Kelly. Everybody can do this in their own ways. What else? What's it going to get me as a speaker? Yeah.
More opportunities. I feel like I'm connected.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then it's come with a conversation with you and kind of develop that.
It's why people come up and hug me, and I'm an introvert, so it's weird because I felt like I just did something and then shut it back, and they're all like hugging and in my face and crying and sending me letter. You know, we unlocked something here, and the question becomes, I'm gonna get you to. The question becomes, yeah, if you're a motivational speaker, that matters. Where as a trainer is that important to us as well? That's where it's how important. How do we use it? But what does it get me as a speaker? I think we've established that it gets you to like me, trust me, believe me, and feel like you know me. Y'all, you may not like me, but I still did the work that I needed to do in the front of this room. It didn't matter which story I told, how much I went into it. I'm going to do those things with my audience before I get to my content. Where does that get me? It gets me. Have you ever seen a speaker and you have forgotten great content, but you don't remember their name? You didn't even see their head because the whole room was dark and you watched the PowerPoint the whole time. What does it get you? Will it get you being the one they talk about at the conference for the rest of the time? Because they're going, oh my God, did you that woman with the mop or chub rub? What does it get me? What else? Have we covered everything?
Me and everybody in the audience is going to tell countless people they know about you. It's the word of mouth magic. And people that weren't there, cousins, friends, acquaintances, are gonna know about it.
And they'll come back and they'll say, I saw you 4 years ago. Would you come back and tell that woman with the mop story? I had a friend who got booked, Lori Guest, who got booked 4 years later because she made a joke about the on-ramp to a group of truckers or somebody in that industry, somehow related to that industry. And they all went around talking about the joke. It wasn't because they didn't remember what she talked about. Now,
Creates relationships.
it creates relationships. That is very important. It creates relationships. We can talk more about this in the second half. There was a final thought I had about this. And I keep looking at you, Marcy, because I believe there is an application, no matter what we talk about, no matter how much content is in there. We don't, I would imagine, you're not just a lecturer in that room and a transfer of, you're not. I know you, you're not. You're already doing it. Okay, let's take a break. What are we taking, a 15-minute break? Is that what we're doing, Stan? We're taking a break till 10:45, and then we're going to go into looking at your stories. And I'll tell you Chub Rub in the second half. Thank you. If there's time.
First reminder.
Anybody else who has hot seat papers?
You may say, I want to share a piece of the story, or you come up here, you either say, I've got something I want to share, and you set your 5-minute timer, you go. Peter, if they go under 5, keep it going, I'll take their time.
Okay.
Okay, and then once your timer goes up, you're done. And then I give you my feedback. If you don't have something to share and have a question, then you get up and say, I simply want to ask a question. You may get up and say, I've got a struggle with something that I'm struggling with the story, and we will chat it out and they will listen to us and we'll just use the time doing that. Again, don't be scared. This is just workshop. Do not walk away from here saying Kelly Swanson said there was any right way to do this. I don't believe in that. These are creative choices, like saying you got a great outfit, you want a red scarf. You may be like, I hate red. Well, then let's try something else. These are simply opinions. Okay. All right, let's go. I'm going to sit here and take notes while you talk if you're sharing something. You may record it. So if it's your turn and you want to have a friend record it for you, and then because I say a lot. Okay, our first hot seat will be Karen Lee. Oh my God. Ready, go.
What's that?
I'm teaching. What are you going to do? Talk while you're coming up here.
I can find what I was gonna do.
Whatever, it's up to you. But take the stool if you want to sit down or whatever. Okay, or you want to share something with them, or you want to just talk to me? How do you want to do it? It's up to you. But you have to decide.
Sorry, I have to think about it.
Do you want to go first? Then you go down. You're going to get a turn. We're going to go somebody else before you. Sorry, but I'm a stickler on staying on time, right? Marcy's like, you're already behind. Brett, clues? Brett, come on down. Okay. Are you going to share or are we going to chat?
I'm going to give a little piece of the story that I've got.
All right. Have fun. Have at it. Peter, when he starts talking, go ahead and start recording. And thank you, Brett.
5 minutes is shorter than I wanted, so I'm going to just jump in and figure out where to start at.
Okay.
So.
I know, I believe you.
Okay.
I believe you.
So about 4 months ago.
Okay.
I got scared. Sorry. We're going to go right into the story because that's the part that I care the most about.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So. It's 4 a.m. I'm pacing. Sawyer, my son, the youngest of 5, padding. It's a dark room, and I'm pacing. I don't know what to do. You'd think after 5 kids, I know what to do. I should know what to do. I've been working a lot. Several months ago, finished a shift at work. I've got 5 different restaurants. I finished a shift. Getting ready to head out the door, grab my bag, grab my coat, check out my phone, check my messages. Got a new message. I read the one right before it 2 weeks ago. I got a message. I am not quitting. I love my job. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm going to do my best to fill this role. Today's message. I'm sorry. My key's in the back. That's it. What does that mean? Well, that means that as an owner of a restaurant, pre-COVID, $3.5 million in revenue, 5 restaurants, 100 employees. Post-COVID, 5 restaurants, $3.5 million in revenue, 58 employees. Things are tough. Things are tough. So the next morning I go into the store. First thing that I've got to do, I look around, it is a mess. Why did he quit? He failed his health inspection. They threatened that he won't even be able to open. 2 of his staff walked out. He's got 2 employees. So I called the 2 that are coming in today and I say, you know what? Don't worry. I'm going to stay and clean the store. We're going to start back tomorrow. We're going to hire more people. So over the next 3 weeks, I work 100 hours a week. Now I know what you're thinking. A lot of people say I work a lot of hours. Well, let me tell you how it is. A restaurant's open 12 hours a day. I'm there an hour before. I'm there an hour after. 100. I do it for 3 weeks in a row. My wife puts up with it. My family suffers through this. This is my life. I chose this. Well, after 3 months, I've filled up the staff. I went from 4 employees to 22 employees. And I finally get the store running from 100 hours down to 80 hours, down to 70, and down to 50. I'm working 50 hours a week. I just finished that shift. Check my phone. The manager I was fixing 3 months ago has now messaged. I'm sorry. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm stepping down. We get to do this again. This is my choice. This is my life. So again, I go in, I start to work 100 hours a week, 50 in one, still 50 in the other. How do I do this? How do I survive? I'm tired. I go into work. I come home. I go to bed. I wake up. I go to work. I come home. I go to bed. One night I go to work. I come home. I see my wife in passing. She says, hey, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal, but I got a sore on my chest. Okay, go to bed. Wake up. Go to work. Come home. Go to bed. Go to work. A couple days later, hey, babe, I don't want you to worry about it, but the sore is really starting to hurt. Okay, is there anything I can do for you? Do you need something? Can I help you? No, I just want to let you know. Go to bed, wake up, go to work. 2 days later, I'm at work. I finished up a hard shift, sweating, I'm short-staffed. I go to the back of my building, check my phone. Honey, I'm in the hospital. Kids are at your mom's. And just like that, it changes. So it turns out she had a cyst, an abscess on her chest. And she was in the hospital. They didn't know what it was. The infection had spread all the way through her chest, all the way down her arm, down her leg. So here I am, 5 children. Stores that don't have staff, working 100 hours a week. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how I'm going to do it. That first night, my youngest realizes something's wrong. I can't get him to stay asleep. So I pace. I don't know what's back. I rub his back.
Finish, wrap it up. Can you do it like 30 seconds, kind of get me to a stopping point?
Yeah, let's skip to the end.
Because none of us want to end.
Okay. Paddle back, pace one night, do it again. We pace, we get to a second night, and then we finally get to a drawing to the end. My wife comes home from the hospital. This is on the 7th day. When we get to the 7th day and my wife's home from the hospital, everything is normal. Everything is fine. I don't have to be up. And I'm up. Instead of pacing, now I'm standing with my son and I'm patting him. And the feeling that came over me was gratitude. In the beginning of the speech would have been gratitude and kind of discussing what it is. The end of the story comes into gratitude and it says, gratitude is not a box that you check. This is not something that you wake up and you journal and say, I'm grateful. This is a feeling that washes away everything else you have.
Okay. Get wild applause.
Masterfully done. You don't need me to tell you anything about telling stories. Masterfully crafted. look how, I'm not saying simple that was because it was masterful, but look at how he did it. And it's as masterful as the way I chose to do mine, and yet completely different. I love the way you tell a story. We believe you. You're real. You're the guy next door. You're da-da-da-da. I love that. Let me get anything I tell you are just nuance pieces, a little more pink on the Mona Lisa. And we need these kind of stories. What do you speak on gratitude?
I don't speak there.
Okay, but anything you speak about, that story could probably fit somehow. I want to play around with the structure of it.
Okay.
The arrangement of it is all I want to play with. I think it's great. Do you write it, memorize it, and then what's your process?
So
or no?
I don't.
You kind of, it looked like you kind of, it's just been, you're a very good storyteller if you can do that without, to see, I can't do that.
I wrote this last night. When I got to work.
Okay. And
because I really wanted to speak here.
Yeah.
And I didn't know I'd be able to come.
Really didn't even have to, okay, masterfully done.
So I walked through a case and I write the story in my head. I mean, most of this is real. Some of it is, there's a little details here, but pretty much this whole thing is real.
Masterfully done. You are doing something that cannot be taught or bought.
You taught.
So well done. Well done. Now, I just want to play a little bit with the order. It's ready to go. It's ready. It's beautiful. Go throw it on a video. Go put it out there to the world. It's going to serve somebody. It's beautiful. I think I'm going to play around with some downloaded ideas of structural ways to play with it. Not that it needs fixing, but I can't structure my ideas in a linear way. It would be cool to begin with something. You said it's not something on a checkbox. It would be cool if the story began with, I'm looking at this list of things and they didn't even have the most important box on there. Just playing around with that. Not sure, I can't even verbalize where it would go, but you kind of go back to the end to, it's not a box you can check. I'm not sure I want you to start with the baby. I think I want you to start the story, you go into the scene. The scene is taking us, I'm not sure where to take you, but I kind of want to hear these dominoes starting to fall. You know, it's this day. Let me just give you my advice and you can kind of sort it out because it's a lot to, and it's, I want to know what year is this? I want to know kind of where are you? Are you 20? Are you, I need some context. It's probably in there. You only had 5 minutes. So it's a little unfair to grade him on what he would, I'm not grading, but what he would have put in there if he'd had more time. But in case you didn't, I need to know that. Many of us leave that out of our stories. Give us a little context. Set the scene. Where were you? When was it? Were you in a house? Were you in a hospital? It's like, oh my God, he's doing the baby. Are we in the hospital? Are we, I had all kinds of questions, about what's happening here. And, we still could have that baby open up. If we want it there, I would want to do some things with it there. But slow your roll on the pacing. I know you practice while you pace, but when we pace, I want you to be more in control of your movements. When you pace, you're giving your lines to the sides for starters. And it becomes dizzying. Doesn't matter, I mean, but let's own that a little bit more. And at the very least, when you have a power moment, stop, come to the middle and deliver it. Quietly, still, with no movement. So try to not pace as much, but I want you to be comfortable enough to move. Fair? Okay. You had to, I almost wanted the story to start with these messages. The messages were coming in. I was like, wait, he owns 5 restaurants. You could kind of, begin with, I'm still torn on what moment to start with, but it kind of, but I need context for the messages. I run 5 restaurants, I went to, okay, thank you, and set my last 5. I want some more context around that. I run 5 restaurants. You did a masterful job. I work 100 hours a day. I come back, I go to bed. So you can even kind of start there. Let me tell you, the year was such and such. I'm owning 5 restaurants, and here's how my normal day was. Ba-doom, 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 boom. Work on, and then the pandemic hits. And you did a masterful job describing a small business or business, whatever you will call it, during the pandemic. That was masterful. And I almost want the reveal to be, it's an ultimate surprise when that message comes up and your wife's got it. I don't want to give away that your baby, I already know something's going on. I kind of almost, that's why I think I want to leave it later, that it's and all this, we don't see where it's going. And then, or my wife in passing, boom. So move the baby. There's a joke. If you want to be funny, you know, you're busy as all get out. You got 5 restaurants, but you got 5 kids. So there's a, you know, I'm like, it ain't that busy, you know. It's a serious story. I don't want you to be funny like Kelly would, but I want you to be funny like you would if you're in a bar telling your friends the story. Don't be afraid of the, you know, but I was like, there's a joke there, you know, got 5 kids, maybe if you wanted to tell the story, you don't have to make that story any bigger or any longer. You don't have to. It's a choice. Like I might throw in a line of, you know, oh yes, we got 5 kids because we're all taking a moment. Did you need a moment for that? Yeah. Let me tell you what it's like when you have 5 kids. You know, I don't even remember my name. You know, you've got an opportunity for humor there that we will forgive you for making the story bigger to go insert it. Yeah, that's really all I've got. It is really masterfully done. If you did this tomorrow, exactly the way you did it, we will be with you every step of the way and we will love it and it won't matter where you put anything. These are all just kind of tidying up. I would like for you, did my timer go off? Yes. I would like for you to have a moment where you realize the lesson before you tell me the lesson. And I'm trying to think, did he do that? Did he not? I'm not sure. See, I'm looking, there's a lot of things going on. But in your stories, have the moment where you're pacing, and maybe it's when you're holding your baby. And I'm sitting there, you know, and we didn't even know if you talk, like, you better tell us she's okay, which you are. You know, but I'm standing there pacing the halls. Now you can pace. See, that's where you're in control of why you're pacing. You know, you can use this to be more in control of it. It's something, I don't like acting out what you do, but I want you to know what you're doing and make it feel real. But where you could say, it was in that moment, I remember looking at the clock, freeze time. I remember looking at the clock, patting my baby's head, realizing that everything I cherish most is in that room like that. Whatever you would say is on the line. Now, you may not do it like Kelly would do it, so find your manly way to do it.
Well, I'm staring out the window. The actual key isn't just the gratitude, but I'm really trying to draw on the gratitude for normalcy. So my life is still hectic. Everything is still there. The only difference is that it's normal. Yeah. And I'm going to give you just a tiny piece of just scripting storytelling advice, mainly to give to the room, because a lot of people go to the lesson and the spin and the great way that the lesson is worded before they have it formed. So realize it in a very guttural, oh my gosh, I realized in that moment, everything, none of that matters. That's my world. And then it, you know, and however, it's masterfully done. Well done. Thank you. You gave us all love. She's okay right now. Totally okay. She's totally okay.
Yay.
Do you want your turn now? Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so now I have to follow that.
Yeah, you do, girl.
Oh my goodness, I made a mistake.
No, this is not what it's about. Serious. Every story matters and every story is needed to the person who needs to hear it. And somebody's going to relate to him in a totally different way than they're going to relate to you. And we have got to get out of that. I don't mean to smack your hand, but as an association and we have got to get out of this comparison crap. I mean, we have got to understand that there's room for all of us. You know, yeah, we don't want to suck, but we gotta, well, let's do, okay. So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean it. You might not have even meant it. You're like, oh no, I'm better. I just all right, go ahead.
No, I asked what this was about. I did not practice for this, and I haven't told this thing in since April.
Good.
So
good.
But I'm going to try to do it without just.
I want you to. I want you to just. Yeah, just let it roll. Okay. You do you boo.
So this speech is called "How I Lost My Baby." Okay. I'm going to tell you a story about my 2 partners, and we owned a business. It was a publishing company, consulting company, and my 2 partners, they had it for 10 years before I got into business. So they were the ideas people. She was the consultant, the trainer, and I basically came in and made sure that we made money, like that we made a profit. So the plan all along was for me to own the business, for me to buy them out when they retired because they were older than I was. So time came. We made it profitable. We added 24 distributors around the globe.
everything was going great, and everything was great. For 10 years until it wasn't. They always were planning for me to run the business afterwards. So I got together my proposal. It came a time, 2014, that I should write this proposal. And it was a great proposal. And both sides, both lawyers said, this is a really good proposal for both of us, right? So I set my proposal down in front of them, and we didn't even get to the negotiating table, okay? So I'm going to tell you the rest of the story after I tell you a little bit about what I want to talk about today. So I tell them, I'm going to stop here for now. I'm telling them about the platinum rule, and the platinum rule is to treat others the way they want to be treated, okay? And that's my whole message is around that, but this is the story that's underneath. So I told them all about the platinum rule and all kinds of things, right? So I come back and I say, okay, so I'm going to tell you the rest of the story. I had my partners, we had this proposal, they were not negotiating, and they ended up buying me out instead of me buying them out. Now, I created this proposal. The way that I was thinking about it was, what's the business going to be like in the future? We can't sustain 3 executive salaries in this business, right? So I think I'm going to make Joe, he's the product developer, he's the genius. I'm going to keep him on for about 6 years, full time. And Jane, Jane is a consultant, a trainer in my head, very behind the dozen. I can get them anytime, so I'm going to make her a consultant. I'm only going to pay her when I have a training program or a consulting gig, right? So this is what's going to make sense for the business, right? Well, it's probably really, really obvious to you guys what happened. Why it happened, right? At the time, it actually took me months to figure out, what did I do wrong? It was a great proposal. I was thinking about the business. I was thinking about the financials for them in their retirement and for the business. So I'll tell you what, even though you're probably thinking that already, I hurt her feelings, basically. She was proud. I told her that this baby, she had grown this baby with her husband. They had grown it long before I started, right? They bathed it, they fed it, they housed it. And here's me saying, you're not as important as he is. And that was why it fell through. And so I ended up, I started my own business. I started over at 50, and it's all worked out. Everybody's great, but it was very, very painful because it was not the outcome that I wanted. And so I am telling you what not to do. I did not use the platinum rule, right? I did not treat them the way they wanted to be treated. I should have thought about, how do they want to feel during this transition? How do they want to feel about the business and the fact they sold their business and they lived their life? They had created this great thing. They sold it. They moved on. I wasn't thinking like that. I was thinking about the business. I was thinking about me. I was thinking about their financial future, but I wasn't thinking about how they feel. So I'm hoping that you will learn from me, because that was a big deal for me. While everything's now is fine, it was tough. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful, beautiful. No, I mean, I'm telling you what, I could not get up and talk about a story I was working on in that way. That is very, very hard to do. I could not more be relaxed. You came in a very hard way to try to do it and did it masterfully, beautifully, comfortable. You've got a good grasp of the story. You know why you're telling it. You know what they want to learn. You know how it relates to your brand. You know, it's the big why. It's the why this all matters. It's great to put near the opening of your speech, not the end. You want to set it up at the beginning, not the end. So we'll follow. Some people think it goes at the end. I'm like, no. You need to be on the journey. It is very good. Very good. I like stories that are pinned, that are, I do that all the time. I'm going to open this story. We'll meet right back here later. Do that all the time. Let's talk about this. Or Harriet and the Buick, which I didn't get to tell you today, but Harriet, you know, all these thoughts were going through Harriet's head. Should I drive this Buick? And I go, let's talk about thoughts in your head for a minute. I can go down 30 minutes or an hour down this road and come back. I love that concept. I don't know if I love it for your story. A piece of me wants to hear the whole story in this case. And then I don't know if that's right or wrong. It's just my feeling is, wait, I think I would do it that way or play with it that way. Show me, not just tell me. So when you've got this proposal all picked out, show me how excited you are. Oh my God, I'd already picked out my Mercedes. I'd already got those new gingham pillows. I'm gonna put in my living room. Show me how excited. Don't just tell me you had done this. Show me, don't tell me. Insert the emotion. This is what we're talking about. It raises the stake. It shows me how you as this main character, how you felt that morning. I mean, I bought a power suit. I was ready. I had it all planned out. I'm considering a massive change in that story, in that earlier you tell me why you loved and you were so excited about this proposal that you're about to put in front of them. You see, here's what I had done. I mean, it was weird. I was going to do this, and I was going to look at this, and this is. We don't need to go deep into it. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't know other words. I don't know that I care about all the details. Do you see? It can you can tighten it a little bit more. I don't mean that in a mean way, but somebody said, "Don't tell me you don't care." But you know what it was like. I had this proposal, and I was thinking, y'all, it was perfect, and that adds your stakes and gets your money. Show me the excitement. I had put it together. We were going to do this. We were going to do this. We were going to do this. Raise the stakes. Don't have to make it longer, but I like that over here instead of later. It adds the drama, and then you say, "I put it out," and then give me a little more of that moment. What did it feel like sitting at the table? And you can lie a little bit. Don't drag it out. And then we did this, and then we had a break, and then we did no. Say, and it came down to that moment where it's like, and I could tell by their face. What was the maybe that wasn't it? I'm totally making stuff up here because I have no idea how all this works. I could tell by their face that I had made a tragedy. That day, because I would love a tweetable here, because I wrote stuff down, but I'm making it up and I don't like it. So I made a tragic mistake. I looked at it from the outside instead of the inside. Okay, that's not true. But I want a shift in perspective statement, and I don't want platinum rule to be in it. I want this to be. I looked at it. It all that day. I made a tragic mistake. I looked at it to the wrong lens. Because of that, instead of my new Mercedes, and you can play around, have some funny, cute language. Instead of buying them out, they got me out. You see, the mistake I had made that day is I had ignored the platinum rule. And I am here to make sure you don't make that sense. So let's get started. I like that. Now, there's one more thing I was going to say. I don't know that we even need all those ins and outs. You told us a lot more than I would have put that I'm like, okay, maybe she needed to say that, but you can tell me later. You can say, so you can go back and go, okay, well, let's go into this thing. Here's what I did. Here's what I did. Here's what I did. Oh, remember over here? You can reference that and pull out those details at a later point. I kind of like the drama being that. Okay, that's all I have. That's all I have. It's great. And I would take that story, put it in my keynote, whatever. I'd put it on YouTube. I'd put it on my demo video on my website. I'd put it out in my newsletter. I would get, okay, I don't do this, but I should. Is that my first 5?
That's your first.
I would go, don't say another one because I'm gonna stop because I need to make up some time for Joe. I would, if I were smart and had a job lead, say, hey Frank, I'm excited that we've set up a call for Thursday to talk about this event. In the meantime, would you share this short little video about why I do the work or whatever? And don't parry the video and say, you can use that story in a lot of ways. Brilliant. Well done. One more. Right? Because I gotta do chub rub too. Okay. I don't have to do chub rub and I'll do it now.
Yeah.
Okay, then next person, we're gonna really do this short, if that's okay. Shouldn't have done that. Okay, it's you. Now,
I actually found a story.
okay, come on, get up, run. Run, because I want to take her 5, then I'll do 5, and then I'll close with Chub Rub. And we'll barely get it in, but that's all right. What do you want to work on, Sweet Pete? God, y'all's got some good stuff. Usually I get train wrecks. No train wrecks. I wouldn't have told y'all if it was a train wreck. All right, what you got? Ready?
Okay.
You can read it if you want, if that makes you feel more comfortable.
Okay, so I guess one of the problems that I've been having as I've been kind of curating stories,
yes,
is I'm 22. Hello, everybody. I'm Morgan. Nice to meet you guys.
Yeah.
I don't feel as though I have experience.
Got it. Got it.
So
is that what this story is going to kind of help you do? Is give you some credibility?
I guess.
Yeah. Because stories are a great way to say you don't have to have the experience from. Go ahead and start the timer.
Okay.
You don't have to have the experience. You can say, I'm here to teach this because this is how I saw it play out in my life. You know, that gives us all a credibility. Is I learned this the hard way, and you've learned stuff the hard way, even at your tender age of 14.
I actually say 13 because when
yeah.
I first started my job, I was 21. So I would say I was 12.
Yeah, and it's fun to call them on it. You know what they're thinking. So you have an advantage. You can go, I know what you're thinking. She just got her AARP discount, you know, just like we do. Okay, go. I didn't touch on it. Okay.
So this story is actually goes back.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I haven't pulled this one out in a while, but I would say one place that I like to from and one thing that I really want to is to always be your most authentic self.
Agreed. And you can talk to me if that makes you feel better.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. They're just ignore that.
Was there ever a time in your life when you felt surrounded by the same people you felt completely alone? I'm not gonna lie. Growing up, I was actually a cutie. I was so adorable. And as my dad told me today, I'm very a lot. So I guess the most normal girls, those seem like huge problems, but I was facing something that no one could understand. I would stare at myself in the mirror and see a kind, loving child trapped in a fat body. And I thought to be worthless. And so then the story continues. And actually, I get stood up in the scene. I woke up to the sound of my Justin Bieber alarm, wishing that it would ring one more time. And I was putting on my double XL cheetah design shirt and a pair of my favorite denim jeans. I look up and I look down in a full-length mirror, finding a newfound energy and a little less disgust with my body. Confidently, I walk down the freshly vacuumed cream-colored carpets, and I head to the kitchen to go fix myself a bowl of artificially flavored Captain Crunch. And then we keep going down. And hold on.
And if you get what it's like, you need to start talking about when Kelly this happens.
Yeah.
What happened?
So
the phone messes it up. Don't apologize.
Yeah.
So what happened? So you can leave the phone down.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened.
So basically the story.
How old were you, by the way?
Oh, so well, actually, when I wrote the story, and I just pulled it up today, it was my freshman year in college.
Okay.
So the story set scene to when I actually got to college, because when I was younger, I was around 13, 14 at the time.
Yeah.
But what I had started was rowing. So that's how I lost.
What made you want to start rowing?
Actually, some of my friends that I had met in a chorus class.
It looked like fun. Okay.
It did.
Good.
And when I started going to rowing, I was doing something that was it was concrete. It was a schedule. It kept me on track. And then it kept me to be competitive.
And then there are moments as to how throughout when I was that girl to then obviously losing the weight, feeling good about myself. I then got to school and there are all these other problems that follow, but this specific story was about when I joined a club.
Let me ask you something before you get there. So what happened was rowing kind of saved your life, if you want to look at it that way. And so you did the rowing, you found purpose in it. You found a way that you could do what you found joy. Maybe when you're on the water, you didn't feel like that. What you feel like on the water?
I felt calm.
You felt calm. You felt a calm you hadn't felt control in your life. And all of a sudden the weight just started to come off and it started to feel beautiful and da. And so, okay, we're going to just keep chatting it out. And we're going to do 5 more minutes. Okay. And I'm going to push you. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Because I'm telling you as your audience kind of, oh, I want to know more. I want to hear this. So you lost the weight. Now you're telling me now you're skinny girl, right? Did it solve all your problems? No. Okay. See, that's what I'm a fat girl too. And that's the theme is you lose it and you think that the world's going to be better, right? When you're skinny. And it isn't, is it? Yeah. No, it's just like what your story's about. Yeah.
And it's just like you take these strides and you keep putting.
Where was that moment where you realized it wasn't fixed? Was it a day?
Every
was it
new
a class? Was it a sorority?
It was a class. It was when I had walked into a class that I didn't even know I signed up for. It was a speaking class. Yeah. And everyone had looked at me as if, they were like, "Mom, you do this. You don't pay really pair."
They still saw the fat girl.
Yeah.
Okay, here's how I would play with it if I were you. And I know it's not fair because can we just chat this out a minute? Yeah. So I would be like, okay, when I look in the mirror, if I were you, I'd kind of be like telling people, when I look in the mirror, I know what you're saying. I just joined AARP, okay, no, I'm 14, okay, 15, whatever. But when you look in the mirror, you may say, somebody told me the other day when they look in the mirror, they're like, oh my God, Morgan, you're so skinny. Oh my God, Morgan. But see, this isn't who I've always seen. You see, when I looked in the mirror, I always saw a fat girl because it was, go right to the mirror. And that I don't know that I need the Justin. I like the Justin Bieber details. No, it's not.
No, yeah.
I like the
story was a long time.
But I think you can just be like, I'd look in the mirror and the Justin Bieber music would be playing. And I did not, despite the fact that he sang this, I don't know Justin Bieber songs. I looked in the mirror and I didn't like who I saw because in my eyes, this, and you can call it fat girl. It was your story. You're allowed. I mean, we can have conversations later about, should we be nicer about it? But I looked in, but that's our story. We looked in it, we saw a fat girl and we saw this is who we are. Nobody's going to love us. We don't deserve more. And then all of a sudden, one of my friends said, hey, Morgan, you want to go rowing? And I was like, for some reason, I was like, yeah, I kind of do. And y'all, I got out on that water and I just started to put, and nobody noticed. I thought, am I too big for the rope? I mean, you could have a comment of, am I going to fit in here? Show us a little bit of what it feels like when you're that girl and you don't say anything. And you be quiet and you're the life of the party. Please show us what it feels like to live in that body. And then I started rowing and I felt so calm and I felt, and my body didn't matter anymore. And I want you to explore, get a journal out, go home, listen to Bieber, whatever you listen to now. Think about what it felt like on that water and why you didn't worry about your size. And then you could say, and guess what? The pounds started to come off. Y'all, and one day I was this, and the next day, and then somebody's like, have you lost weight? And then my face got skinnier. And then all these people are, you look good, you look good, you look great. But here's the thing. I would lay in my bed at night. I would look in the mirror. So why didn't I love myself? Why didn't I love myself? Something like that. And I realized, okay, we got, you want to journal that some more. Yeah. Because, and this is so beautiful, Morgan, sorry, don't apologize for that. Do you realize how many people in your audiences who are adults, who are our age, who need you to tell your story right now? Because you could look at them and say, it's not about the size. Some of you, it's about looking in the mirror. I'm here today to tell my story because some of you are looking in the mirror and you don't like who you see either. I mean, this is so critical, Morgan, for your work in the world. And I want to know how you fix that. And if you're like me, you might not know yet. And if you're like me, you might not be fixed yet. Yeah. And I don't mean it fixed. That's the wrong word. It's when we tell a story that's painful, we want to make sure we're through bleeding from it. So you're in the stage of the story where you're living through to your victory. And going, when I tell Chub Rub, okay, you're gonna love Chub Rub after this. Or you may not, you may be like, we don't like what, okay, whatever. I want you, your homework is to journal this thing you went through as if not at your life story, but this was my before and after. How did I learn how to love who I saw in the mirror? It was, I thought fat girl wasn't worthy of love, but I lost the weight and I still didn't feel happy. So how did you figure out that what you look like is not who you are? Who taught you? What did you, maybe it was your speaking class where maybe you get discriminated against. Now you're thin girl and now they're making fun of you because you look like, oh, you got it easy. Look at you, you look like, now it's the opposite. And you're like, who are you getting?
It's like when the Chick-fil-A employee wants it, you're like, oh, did you want the extra cookie? Like, yes, I did want the extra.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And okay. Go home. Tell me when you get home, run your dad, that I gave you a year membership in Story Impact Academy. And we are going to work on this together. And we're going to get it. And you're going to go show them a year from now or 4 months from now how you do. And we're going to get it so you can go do a TED Talk. And I don't know how to get a TED Talk, but I can help you write it. Okay. So, she will impact people, not for the advice she has to give them. She will impact people because she had the nerve and the courage to say what she feels. And you almost can't go wrong, but I want you to understand the gift in it and take it all the way so you can take them all the way. So I'm standing there at the doorway of a hotel. This is an important event. I wasn't there for a speaking gig. I'm there for a networking event. I've got a new dream. Could I possibly take my theater show, my stories into theater? This is a networking event. It's going to be all kinds of fancy, shiny people. You think an NSA event is intimidating? You ain't seen nothing yet. The tans, the shiny, the celebrities. I'm too old. I'm too big. I don't look the part. I'm not good enough. I should have started earlier. I don't know theater. I just figured out speaking and barely figured that out. And I'm going to this networking event and I'm like, oh, maybe I can. And I'm standing at the doorway and I'm looking at a sea of like, boy, not just celebrities and all this stuff, but agents, people who one look at you and could change your life forever. What am I doing here? I'm standing there in this doorway, looking out in this sea of people, realizing I had made a tragic mistake. You see, a little while earlier, I'd gotten on the internet to find just so I couldn't wear something conservative like this to an event like that. I needed something extra special. So me and my best friend Chardonnay, she's a good friend. She's friends with my mama first. She's the reason I had kids. So me and Chardonnay get on the internet and we find the perfect outfit. You know, you find that outfit, you hear angels. It was a pair of bright silver sequined palazzo pants. Now some of you are like, we don't know what palazzo pants are. It's like kind of like they're like bell bottoms. They flow out of the bottom. If you're older, they're like pantaloons. Top to bottom, all the way around. I know what you're thinking. That's a lot of sequins. But if you're going to make them, judging me for wearing them. I'm just saying. So I ordered these pants. They come in. They take forever. I think turns out I got them from China. That's why they were so inexpensive. They come in. Oh, note to self. Plus size in China. Not the same thing. You're welcome. So they come in, no time, y'all. By this time they're coming in. I got to pack. I got to leave. I tried them on. I'm like getting in front of me. I'm like, okay, they fit just fine. Well, they only came halfway up my butt, but yeah, that's okay because they were low down. So I throw them in my suitcase and I'm like, I gotta go to this event. Next thing you know, I can't get in my hotel room. Can't check in. I'm like, okay, I gotta go. I'll go find a bathroom. A bathroom over to the side. Normally I tell the story slower, but I only got a couple of minutes, so I'm speeding it up. Don't do as I do. Don't do that way. But anyway, so I found a bathroom. Hardly anybody in it. Nobody in it. I was like, okay, this is perfect. Just go in here, get dressed. It'll be fine. Put it on. I put it on. I had a long black top in case you're still trying a hard time picturing it. So I put it in. I put them on, and I'm like standing in there, and I'm kind of doing my theme song, you know. And And I'm ready to go, and I'm all juiced up, ready to go step into my destiny. And I take a step, and I hear a noise. It's like, I thought maybe it was the pipes. I looked, I didn't see anything. I was like, I don't hear it again. I took another step, I heard it again. Some of you were figuring it out. God was in denial, but I took one more step, and finally I figured out where that noise was coming from. It was coming from my thighs. Every step I take, one's made of ceramic, plastic. I will tell you this: every step I took, those sequins started gnashing together. Engaged in mortal combat. Sounded like I was a rocking chair rolling over kitten. See, there were two words I failed to take into consideration when purchasing these pants. Chub rub. Some of you are like, I don't know what that is. Well, bless your heart, NSA Barbie. I will tell you. It's when your thighs rub together. It hurts. It's called a rash. They make a sign for it. If it's really bad, you join our club. I started it. I'm the president. It's called the Chub Rub Club. We've got t-shirts made. Total don't I have t-shirts made say Chub Rub Club where thigh gap is for losing. For you young people out, we started a sorority. We got t-shirts made up for that too. It's called Thigh Gapagona. If it's really bad though, you got to join Chub Rubbers Anonymous. My name is Kelly Swanson. It's been 30 days since my last rash. My rock bottom happened on Sunday morning in church. Wore corduroys. They asked me to sing a solo. I got up friction called sparks. They put me out in a baptismal pool. Give her a token, Frank. I'm standing there. What's supposed to be the greatest night of my life. And my thighs sound like a kindergarten violin. I'm like, what am I going to do? I was like, Kelly, you got it. Just get in there. It'll be fine. Just get in there. Stay at the back. Let everybody walk by you. It'll be fine. It just, just do it. You spent too much. It's your opportunity. So I get in there and I look at it to see a khaki and floral because I didn't read the memo that said theme was Hawaiian top. So I'm standing there in silver sequin pants, looking like Elvis. At the later years, not the good. So I see a chair. It's about 4 or 5 feet away. I said, Kelly, just get to that chair. That's all you got to do. It's only 4 or 5 feet. Just get to it. It'll be fine. Just, take your time. Now, you may think that's not a big deal. I said, it's in the back. I was like, you sit down, you just let everybody pass you. It's only 4 or 5 feet. That's a long 4 or 5 feet. And you got to get there without your thighs touching. And look back. So finally, I make it. I sit down. I'm sweating in places you ain't supposed to sweat. Hey, did you know there's a name for the sweat that gathers up under the girls? They call it your Mountain Dew. I probably shouldn't say that here. Sorry. Sorry. But anyway, so I'm breathing hard. I'm sweating. I'm like, oh, but at least I made it. I had achieved my mission. I got there just in time. You see the sign on the table. It said reserved. Staff. And little Miss Thang says, we got a table right up for you up front. I was like, of course you do. 4 or 5 100 feet. I got. I passed all these tables. They're all now sitting, all these fancy people. I felt like I was in high school all over again. Standing in that cafeteria, wondering, is anybody going to talk to me? Is anybody going to sit by me? Knowing already they're not. I was that fat girl all over again. And that. I'm like, what am I going to do? And that voice says, yeah, you don't fit. You don't belong. You're not good enough. You're too old. And yeah, your butt does look big in those pants. And then there was that other voice, that quiet voice, that kinder voice, who said, sweetie, don't doubt the spirit that dwells inside. Don't wait to feel brave. Choose brave. You take that step, play big or go home. Are you going to run from every room in your life? Okay, I got a lot more to say, but I don't have time, so I'm going to skip it. Sorry to break the moment of it, but and she says, what if you can do it? What would you do if you were brave? Old Man Withers' letter came back to me, the words, what would you do if you were brave? And so I stood up, and with the courage I did not feel, I took a deep breath. And I said, thighs, do your thing. And I began to march. I marched with emphasis. I marched with power. I marched. I went slowly. I stopped at every table. I didn't rush. My heart was hammering. I felt like an idiot, but I said, Kelly, smile like you belong here. I stopped at the table. Sequins are jumping ship left and right. People are like, where's that noise from? Apparently down there, the party's already started. And they laughed. I went all the way to the front. I sat down at that table. Yeah, there's a woman sitting there with her arms crossed and her lips snarled. But I smiled. And I sat through that night. And then they had a dance floor. Of course they did. Dragged me on the dance floor, y'all. And I'm like, oh, I can't do it. I can't do it. I barely got any sequins left anyway. And all of a sudden I'm dancing in there, play bigger, go home, play bigger, go home, dance like you belong here. And all of a sudden people started gathering around me. And they're high-fiving me and they're telling me about Chub Rub Club and Chub Rubbers Anonymous, and we're laughing. My husband said Chub Rubbers Anonymous. He thinks Chub Rubbers means something different. Man, that's what well, we're just standing there. And they're laughing and they're talking about Chub Rub Girl and can they be, and somebody's like, I got one leg longer than others, and I've always been self-concerned about that. And somebody else is like, oh, we're fake hair. And I'm like, we high-five each other and we're dancing in the delicious soup of authenticity. And I realized all these fancy people, they were so busy worried about themselves, they weren't even thinking of me to begin with. And yeah, there was still that woman at that table who had her arms crossed and her lip in a snarl, but suddenly I realized, oh, wait, I get it. She's irrelevant. This is her problem, not mine. What she thinks of me has nothing to do with the story I write about myself. They don't get to write our story, we do. And I'm dancing and people are like, go Kelly, do the job right. Do the job right. And it was beautiful. And I left that night. Had all these new friends, people who wanted to ask me, wanted to know about my show, wanted to know about my speaking day. I hadn't even had a chance to tell them about it. They just liked me. They connected, they laughed. It turned out I did fit. After all, people who gathered sequins off the floor and put in a little baggie for me to take them. Just as I'm getting, and I'm ending it. Sorry, I went over. Y'all send me a bill. Just as I get, I'm on the end. Just as I get to the doorway, there's an agent standing. One of the gruff ones who looks like he would eat people like me for lunch. Snarl, wet old chewed up cigar hanging out of his mouth. Not really, but he should have. And I thought, oh great, here's my wet blanket again. But he didn't. He put his hand out and he shook my hand. And then he got his card out and he handed it to me and he said, I want you to call me on Monday. He said, I want to talk about working together. He said, I think we got a theater. It'll be the perfect place to launch your show. I hadn't told him. He said, I think you're exactly what we're looking for. We just didn't know. You're exactly what they're looking for. They just may not know it yet. So tell them. And I stood there having a moment, just as I'm closing here in this moment with you, realizing that the things that had made me weird in this business, things that made people make fun of me in this business, the things I had been ashamed of when I walked into my first NSA meeting, all the things I thought y'all were telling me I couldn't do. Things that had made me different turned out to be the things that set me apart, that made me great, and that became my greatest assets. I don't have a good power ending here because
that's the end of it, but don't ever drop off your speech up there going, how do I come on up and relieve me, but your story matters to the ones. I hope I left you better than I found you. I hope you don't go away here and say Kelly says to do it, but that you got some creative ideas. And I hope you just have the courage to tell your story, whether you think it's good enough or not. All right, I'm out of here.
Kelly, we have about 6 more minutes before you use the spotlight. Can we open it up for questions?
You told me that a minute ago. Yes, I'm teasing. Yes, you can. We can certainly open it up.
You're right. You're an artist.
Yes.
How long did it take you to write that? Did you write it first? Did you act it out in your head?
It happened first. I got the pants. It happened first. I went to my friends and told them about it. And people started adding funny lines like, oh my God, did you have to walk like this? And they started feeding me other things I had not seen in the story. You're not going to like this part, but when I sit down to tell a story, it flows out of me. If I just get out of the way, the tree, I didn't think about how to write it. I didn't think about how to start it. I sat down and said, and let it flow through my fingers and then read what was there. And I'm trying to tell you what must have happened. So it's hard for, yes, there's structure. And yes, I can sit there and go, if I were to go craft it, if I were to go take a story, sometimes I'll go to all the comedy pieces and write those first. That's a different kind of story, but I'll kind of go to what's the story about? What happened to me? Just like I did with you. It began as just a funny story about sequin pants. That's all it was. And I went, wait, is there more to it? What happened that night? You chose to wear those pants. You know, I looked for what happened in me. Where were you before, you know, walking in the cafeteria? That's how I felt, but I had not put that into the story. Yeah. So that's not a good answer, Peter, but it's all I got. What else? Yes.
I heard a different story expert talk about PowerPoint and how if you're telling a story, not to put up pictures that are involved. So like you wouldn't put up a picture of your family members when you told that tree story earlier this morning, because you want the audience member to picture whatever they're picturing in their mind. Okay. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
I'm giving you my thoughts.
Okay.
Opinions, there's no right or wrong. I paint a picture. I don't need PowerPoint. I don't want you to have it because sometimes when you see it, that's not how you picture. Mm-hmm. So, however, some people might not be good storytellers. Then the PowerPoint is doing what they're not doing up here. I have a really hard time putting my stories on video right now. And I can't answer your question because I struggle. Because I don't want you to be fed a video picture, and because people are telling me people want video, they need to see, they got short attention spans. And I'm like, I don't want that. So I'm stuck with people telling me this is the way it needs to be done and me hating it as a storyteller. I believe PowerPoint is why I also don't do PowerPoints. When it's not your content serving them, I believe it helps enhance the story. So do we need to see a picture of a tree to enhance it? Or do we need to hear a river running through the woods? Do you see? Yeah. So I can't really answer that. You do not need, good storytellers do not need pictures behind them, in my opinion. What else? Good question. That one kind of broke my brain a little bit.
It was a great question. I want to follow up.
Okay.
So a lot would depend on who you're talking to, who your audience is, what industry they're in. There may be some industries that would want pictures and help them.
If they're visual learners, then I shouldn't say accept that. I will nod to that if they're visual learners. But I don't know that a different kind of, I don't know that a different kind of people needs pictures when I tell a story. But I do know what you're saying, because people are visual learners, and giving them a different way to see the context, that is important. But let me just answer it in my way. I do not determine that because I'm going to go to North Dakota, they're going to need pictures, or because I'm going to, does that help you out a little bit?
Yeah, or I guess the point is about getting to know your audience before you're going to choose the story.
Yes. Yes.
To know them, who they are, why they're there.
Yeah, critical and not always possible. So sometimes my stories,
choosing the story is important. I spoke on a dairy farm in Amish country to a bunch of dairy farmers. I was like, what in the world am I going to do? I'm not going to tell them Chub Rub. I'm going to tell them about my grandfather who taught us, you know, that the music you play in your barn for nobody on your violin is more. And I wrote a story called Daddy Played for Angels. So yes, I do. And I take into consideration, sometimes I'll add pieces of the story, depending on where I am. The song, I may choose something that I know this culture or this area, but you got to be careful with that because I write a lot of stories that aren't true. And I'm learning not to do that. But yes, knowing your audience, but you often don't have time to, when it's job, and you're this one and you're this, I go learn what their pain points are and learn how to tweak my story to where the lesson fits or the content's application fits, but the story lives. A lot of my stories, I don't write to fit a group. I write to fit a people who feel a certain way. Chub Rub is for people who feel invisible, who feel like they don't belong, who feel like they're too old, who feel like they don't fit. That you know, that's who that story's for. Yeah. Are we done?
Yeah.
Okay. And never end on Q&A. All right. It's all track. Woo! Bye, y'all. Thanks for playing.
Larry, how are our virtual people doing today? Because I would have loved for them to be here. And
they all checked out. They left.
They're doing great. Doing great. She had the drum.
Oh, wow. I should have talked more on the camera to her. I'm not leaving. I'm just going to.
So what we're going to do next is we have an opportunity for Speaker Academy to do a speaker spotlight. They're going to tell us what they speak about and some good stuff. And our first speaker spotlight, she has 10 minutes, is Sarah Glover.
Thank you so much. Somewhere these were not designed by women, though.
There's an opportunity to.
Hi, y'all. I'm Sarah Glova, and I have been training my entire life to come talk to you about communication. And I mean that authentically. I have spent my entire career researching communication because it's what unlocks everything. If we want to build really strong relationships, if we want to get a promotion, we want to share our ideas, if we want to collaborate with others, we have to be able to communicate. But again and again, I talk to people who feel like they didn't get enough education, instruction about how to do that in the real world. Did anyone take a class in college of how to handle an email inbox? How to fire someone? No. What about how to have a successful one-on-one meeting? Okay. Has anyone in here done any of those things? Yeah. Okay. So I have spent my career researching communication and talking to folks about how they can more effectively and more efficiently communicate. I want to talk with you about that today, but we only have 10 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my most recent research with you, and not because it's new and shiny, that's not the only reason, but because it's something that you can put in practice immediately. You can walk out of this room today and try this communication strategy. Does that sound good? Yes. Okay. In order to get there, though, we're going to have to go on a field trip. Although you look mighty comfortable in your seats. So let's do an imaginary field trip, okay? Let's take an imaginary field trip to the wine store. Anybody want to come with me to the wine store? Okay, it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Even if you're not a wine fan, even if you don't drink, this wine store is adorable. We're going to pick out something for a friend. So imagine we're walking up together. It's this sidewalk. There's these flowers, these potted flowers kind of lining the sidewalk. We're walking up. Right in front of the door, they have one of those adorable framed signs that someone has written in chalk. Wine tasting today, November 5th. Good day for us to go. We walk in, and as we push the door open, there's that little adorable bell tinkle that tells you you're in a cool small business. And the bottles are going all the way back into the store. And above the aisles are these hand-painted signs. Rosé, Burgundy, wine words. Can you see it? Okay, so you've got your foot in the door. You're hearing the ambiance of customers talking. Flowers are behind you, feeling pretty good. From your periphery, somebody runs over and hands you a bottle of wine. I've been here so many times. It's the best bottle of wine they have. Take this one. How do you feel? Can someone name an emotion? Invaded. Awkward. Invaded. Ooh, that's a awkward. Invaded. We don't feel the way that we felt walking up and walking in, do we? It's changed. We talk about emotions a lot at my house. My kids call it a funny tummy emotion. That's a funny tummy emotion. We didn't have that before. Someone came out of our periphery, said, you need this one. And we got that funny tummy feeling. Now I want you to imagine that this store is close to you. And so it's easy for you to go every week. You go to this little store, but every time you go, that happens. How do you start to feel as you approach the store? Anxious. Uneasy, anxious. These are not things that we felt our first time walking along that pretty flower-lined street. What changed is somebody gave us advice. I don't think we talk enough about advice. And it's something that I've spent the last couple of years researching. Because we talk about it like it's neutral, we're just going to give some advice. And I could show you some research. If I had more time, I could read you my paper that shows studies where people who receive unsolicited advice can have the same physical reaction as a fight or flight response might trigger. I can show you research that says that when leaders give advice, they feel a sense of power within themselves and influence over others, even when their advice is not taken. Just the act of giving advice can trigger those kinds of emotions. But instead of telling you the research behind why advice is not neutral, I just want you to think for yourselves. When have you gotten advice that made you feel smaller in a place where you were trying to show up big? I think it's common. I think we all have examples. Now, I do get some pushback sometimes of a person who might say, you know what, if I walked into a wine store and somebody's trying to give me a bottle, I'd be like, no, thanks. And then I'd go in the back where I know I like the stuff over there. I'm going over there. And to that person, I say, your confidence is amazing. I wish I could bottle it. But if we're talking about communication, it's not just about us, right? What about the people around you in your life? How are they affected by advice? There's research there too. For example, we know that women get a lot more advice than men. There are also studies that show that if you're a leader as a woman, you may get advice from people around you and people with less experience than you. Where for a man, it's very rare for you to get advice from someone in a more junior position. So your experience individually with advice might not be someone else's. And the reason I bring all this up is because we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity when we have the instinct to give advice to choose a different path. It's kind of like when you buy a yellow car and you see the yellow cars everywhere. Now that we've talked about this, you're going to notice all the time how much advice, how quickly our conversations dive into, well, have you tried? You know what I did? And so when you notice that, and when you have that reaction to give advice, I want to invite you to try something else. Try on a different communication strategy. And the one I want to suggest to you is asking a question. Just the other day, I was teaching at NC State. Do I have any Wolfpackers? Couple. Okay, I know there's some other schools around here, but I was at State that day. And I was working with undergraduates in engineering on their senior design presentations. And we did this presentation training. It went really well, but my favorite moment was after. I had a student come up to me and say, Dr. Glova, I get stage fright. Do you have any tips? Now, I am a recovering shy person. Stage fright, oh, my heart just broke for him. And I immediately wanted to pour all the advice I could into this person who I wanted to support. And they'd ask me for advice, right? That's different. That's not unsolicited. Research shows us that when someone asks for advice, that act of asking actually lowers their confidence. So even solicited advice has some of these connotations. My instinct was to pour advice into this person, but instead I paused and I asked a question. I said, well, tell me, with someone with stage fright, that's really common. Have you found anything that works for you? What have you tried so far? And he said, well, I joined a Toastmasters group. And I was like, oh, you joined the student Toastmasters group? He said, no, there's one near my apartment in Apex. I'm sorry, you joined the professional Toastmasters group in your city? That's so cool. And he starts telling me about all the presentations that he's tried to give and how he's been working on breathing techniques. If I had told this student when he asked me about stage fright that he should find ways to practice presenting and that it would get easier, what he would hear is, oh, she's telling me to do the things I'm already doing. And that's not working yet. Maybe I'm not supposed to do this. Even though my intentions would have been absolutely, absolutely positive. Instead, I asked a question. Him asking for advice might have lowered his confidence, but me asking him a question about what he had already done invited him to share his expertise. And then we collaborated. We talked about things that had worked for us. He shared that breathing strategies had really helped him. And so I told him about a couple that worked for me, and he hadn't heard of one. So we were able to share some knowledge. I was able to offer some advice, but not in that traditional advice conversation. So I hope the next time you have the opportunity in conversation with someone and you're presented with that instinct to give advice, that you take just one more step, one more small step, and ask a question. See if you can get a bit more information. And I can't wait to hear for you how that changes the conversation. Thank you.
I say wow because I never thought of that, asking the question. I'm the one who's giving it. You asked me for it, right? I'm going to give it to you. Tell you all the bad stuff. So we're going to break for lunch, and I think they're setting it up. I'm not sure.
we got a few minutes because they're setting up. Do you want to? Anyone want to provide some feedback?
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, Marcy.
Because that was great. So good. And that could be tailored and given to every NSA chapter or speakers, because there's nothing worse than walking off the stage and your adrenaline is like, rocket that. And another speaker saying, oh, you could. And it's happened to me so many times. And first of all, I've been asked. But also, that's not the right time. Wait until like the next day, or say, would you like some feedback at some point, with something like that. But it's happened so many times from other speakers. And a lot of times it's with a good heart, you know, but that message could be just all, you just need to do tweets in every NSA chapter. Yeah.
Anybody else?
And every parent.
And every parent, yes.
Yes.
Yes. And every mechanic that they know better about speaking than you.
I think there's a whole second talk about how to receive it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Lynn?
One of his challenges, I think, that, and certainly as a receiver of advice, and my husband likes to give advice, is many times we have a habit of beginning with you need, or you ought to. And the first thing I think is, I'm a grown woman now. And whatever it is, it's probably the teacher. So the thing is, if we're thinking about giving advice, you know, think about how it's delivered. If somebody asks you, and I like the fact that you turned it around and said, so what have you done so far?
Yeah, that's
really good. Yeah, I like that.
Jesse, and then
So I'm going to now go against your advice to not comment anything right afterwards. I loved it as a coach. That's what we do. We ask questions. So I'm actually curious. I want to know the research. And if when you deliver like a longer version of this, any stats about how insecure people feel when they're given advice, to me would be stellar. So I love your topic. I love your delivery. I would love to hear more.
Thank you. And that's really positive because I didn't bring slides today. And I'm really glad after the
Have you ever felt terrible? Have you ever been in a position where you were screaming to the top of your lungs, but nothing was coming out because you were screaming internally? You weren't screaming
so that people could hear you, but you were screaming because you were terrorized. Let me tell you about my journey. My journey began in March of 2003, when I brought my cousin home to live with me. You see, her grandmother who had adopted her died, and she was gonna go into foster care. And instead, even though she and I really didn't know one another, I knew that I was her family, and I wanted her to come home with me. However, in April 2003, I received this email from her teacher. Her teacher wrote that things were missing in the classroom. And I thought, well, why are you emailing me? What do I need to know about this for? She said that she suspected my cousin of taking things. I don't know quite how I felt about that, except that I didn't like it. But I did go and look in my cousin's background. And that's where I found her stash. There were rings, there were earrings, there were watches, there were necklaces. And all I could think was, what does this mean? I've never stolen a thing in my life. I've always been that person that did well in school and made friends and did everything the right way. But now it seems, I don't know who this person is that's living with me. I knew that in spite of anything that I was feeling, that I needed to be a support to her. I knew that in spite of the dread that I was feeling at that moment, that we were going to be here together, at least until her mother got to me. Has anybody in this room ever felt that there were things going on in their personal life with their family or their children they didn't want to share with anybody? But they knew that those things, feelings that they were having, could impact their relationship with that family member. It could also impact their bread and butter. Going to work every day, being on time, being effective in the work that they were doing. All of those things came to mind to me as I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with this child, who is a stranger to me. I made a commitment to her, as we do with our families, but I needed to move forward day after day after day. It is now November of 2022. I survived. She survived. Because, you know, there were some moments when I didn't know if she was going to. She is now a young mother, 28 years old. She got out of high school, yay! However, there were a lot of things that I didn't accomplish that I wanted to. I'm on a new journey now because I find that there were many things that I learned on my journey that could be helpful to others. Not just people like me who were raising relatives' children, but all of us, because we need to learn how to be resilient. There are going to be things that are going to happen every day that you don't expect. How many people can testify to having things happen that they didn't expect? So now I'm finished?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Very good. I had less time, so I'm going to go faster. Very, very good. You're a really good storyteller. Very expressive. You know, you have a good grasp of what needs to be said.
and what doesn't, which is great. I don't always have that, but you just went right to it. And I don't know what you speak about, but I'm going to assume it might be related to resiliency, right? And so that would be a good way to get into it, even though you just shared the story, is to say, in a more interesting way than this, I speak on resiliency. And one main thing that you have to understand about resiliency is you have to be able to play. Now, I'm not going to give you a line yet, but once you find it, and then let me show you where I learned how that happened in my own life. Okay. And it'll make more sense in a little bit. Will I be able to, you can, but you won't be able to read them. Do you have a phone recorder?
Well, I'm taking notes.
Okay, take notes. Okay. I would not open with the act out of terror because I'm going, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? I don't have any context. Is she still talking? That confuses me. Now, it might just be me, but if it confuses me, it might confuse somebody else. So I'm a little slow. So, and I think that it will be more powerful to open by saying, have you ever had a moment? No, but wait a minute. Now that I know where you went with it, it's overkill. I might want an even different kind of opening because you don't, okay, follow me here. You don't really then tell us a story about that moment when you're terrified. I want a different lead-in statement, a different way to get into it. Find a different way. And when we get there, we may go back and go, oh, here it is, but I may not find it right now. But let me tell you about mine. You know, so my cousin comes to live with me. I want to know, how old is she? I need some kind of context. Maybe I want to see her. Maybe I want to know what happened. I want a little more to the story. It's interesting. I'd like to know a little bit more. In April, you said in April, they called you. I'm like, oh, has she already come to live with you yet? Or is it, so you know the story. I don't. So that's kind of what, as your listener, I'm like, whoa, there could be a little more drama. Or we don't need to know, but it makes it a little more flavorful to say, you know, you don't even have to give us the details. You could just say, sometimes life doesn't go the way you plan and you end up raising children you didn't know you were going to raise. Anybody been there? Yeah, me too. So my cousin was going to come live with me, you see, and you can go into it right there. Okay, when you said, oh, what did you say? I didn't like it. When did that come into the story? I didn't like it. I forget what you said.
After the high school stealing incident.
Okay, was it after that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Email.
Okay, I put, show me you didn't like it. Don't just tell me you didn't like it. Okay. So I want you to have that feeling like you would if you're sitting around with your lady friends or your neighbors. You'd be like, and I get be that. You see what I'm saying? Don't be the polished speaker. Be telling your friends. And I get this call and they're like, oh, what's your cousin's name? I'd like to know her name. Or make it up if you don't want to, Susan, because I think that's a great place when you can lie, when you need to be respectful of who the people are. You know, what you say, my cousin, we'll call her Susan. You can even do it like that, but you can say, so my cousin Susan, I get a call and they said they found all this, whatever they said, they found stuff was missing from her classroom. Now I tend to think your first thing is going to be denial. Yes. Oh, no, not my Susan. We don't steal on this. Have a little bit of denial. I think it'll make the story even more flavorful. And even true is, oh, no, wait, no, she's not stealing things. You don't know. No. Oh, of course, you're going to blame her. You know, have some fun with that. And then you open the backpack. I opened the backpack. Be a little more dramatic. Don't be afraid to pause and stop it. It's filled. There's a ring. There's a bracelet. There's 4 watches. There's, you know, you can be, and then you could say, what, be in denial again, would add a little bit of flavor. Well, maybe she's got a second job. And she that is how my mother exactly would have read. We don't want to believe that. Well, and it makes more flavorful to the story. Maybe she's got a second job. I have a birthday coming up. Maybe it's what we do, right? With our family, we start to make up reasons. Well, maybe. So be shocked and it'll just add your drama. When you decide you're going to support her, I would love it, especially now knowing where it's going, for you to have a statement about family, whatever that may be. You know, I could have looked at that and immediately, all right, got sticky fingers on my hands, you know, but we don't check off people in our family. Family's family. You stick by. So have this feeling of wanting to be by. I just feel that that's important. I can't explain why. I needed to support her. You could say something like, because I know that behind every backpack
is a story you don't see. Okay, let me finish my sentence. You would say, run with the backpack thing. Behind every backpack is a story you don't see. And so I dug deeper. And then you could turn to the audience. What's your backpack story? What's hiding in your backpack? And then, and say this about family. You went right to the happy ending. In a Lifetime movie, I would have gotten ticked off. You went from, we had this problem and now it's fixed. And we're all great. We're like, well, excuse me, we want to see the middle. So show us a little bit about how you worked through it. You did, and you survived. And together we learned that the best way to deal with resiliency is not to zip it up and close it in a backpack, is it not? But to open it up, hold up the pieces, and look for the story that truly exists underneath what you see. That's good.
You could do that for a living. That's clients to pay me to do that.
Well, I know in 2 weeks at our Toastmasters meeting on Friday, I'm going to hear it again. And I'm going to hear you in the first version.
Here you go, sir.
Thank you.
Glenda's taking a little souvenir.
Oh. So we're going to do the round tables. And I'm going to do something here. So we're going to have 3 different tables. And it really doesn't matter because you're going to get all 3. But Larry is going to talk about book publishing tips. Mike Mooney is going to talk about demo video tips. And Stan is going to talk about website design tips. Now, where you guys going to live? I got 3 tables. I got this table, the middle table, the back table.
Rooms, is that possible? I'm sorry. Here when there's.
I don't know what around back there or anything.
Some could go in the very back, like where the couch part is.
You could go to the couch?
Could be one room. Yeah, that's true.
How about we do one all the way in the back?
Why do we only?
Because we got 3 different speakers.
Subject matter. You better pick one.
You want to see if we can put maybe 5 or 6 chairs, like, there?
No, we're getting all 3.
Yeah, and this 2 small group.
Hang on, let's just see what we got going on.
Thank you. We can hear all 3.
Yes.
Yes, you're gonna hear all 3. You're gonna, once you get your room, the people will rotate.
They're gonna get all 3 as well. So essentially, once we have the groups, every group will need to rotate to here so that they can.
So Larry's gonna stay.
No, I'm not.
No, you'll move.
Yeah, I'll have to move.
Yeah, but you'll stay here for the first one.
For the first one, yes.
So 1 in the front, 1 here in the back, and then 1 out there. Okay. If you have a sensory issues, you don't want to hear other people, follow Andrea over here. We got room for all right, do me a favor, if you're gonna stay right here, note that it's also the virtual people, so let's not try to do a ton of people here. And then the rest of the people in the back. The moderator, you're not gonna move. The moderators are gonna move. You're in one place. Yeah, right now you have to be.
One move for us.
Maybe not on first.
People.
You're gonna get to all 3. Moderator will move to you.
Can you hear me, Terry? Okay, perfect. Sorry for making you dizzy, Cam. I know I was spinning around. Great to see you, Linda.
Larry, you're gonna start here.
Yes, and then we'll rotate. You want to come closer, Deanna? It's all good. I just want to make sure that the folks that are online And yes. God bless you.
I'm like finding places to put my foot in.
All right, and then.
I think so.
How's everyone doing?
Microphone for you?
No, they can hear me. Yeah. I think you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. You can take yourselves off mute. This is really going to be an open discussion. And the topic is a recap of our speaker buffet, which was our last in-person meeting at Davidson. So we broke it out into 4 major components. The writing and the editing as number 1. Number 2 was the publishing. Number 3 was the marketing, launching, selling of the book. And then number 4 was monetizing. We also had a guest speaker, Eddie Jones, who came in and just talked about the overall book project. And then John Edwards, one of our CSPs, took us through how to overcome writer's block. So was anyone in attendance at that, Peter? So I just wanted to share some of my key takeaways. In terms of writing, Stan took us through his 4 key things that you have to have if you're going to write a book. Number 1 was you've got to have a title. He said, if you're going to write a book, you have to have a title. You have to have a book cover. Some sort of artwork, some sort of cover. Number 3, and he shared this with me about a year ago, you've got to have a launch date. He said, if you don't have a launch date, Larry, you're not serious about writing a book. I said, well, I'm serious. I just don't have a launch date. And it got me thinking. And then he said, with the launch date, you've got to share it with everyone that you know, because now it puts you on the hook for accountability. Now people are asking you, so how are you doing on that December 4th launch date? So that was very, very compelling.
The launch date.
Yes.
Yes. The last 2, I committed to a company what my launch date was going to be. Wow. One, I was a spokesperson for a hotel chain. Wow. And they were going to be one, I was launching them. And then the second one, or the third one, a company was buying 500 of them. And that is the way you make your deadline.
You will not miss that.
And I did that on purpose.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did that on purpose?
I did it on purpose. Yeah. Because that's the only way because I had been around plenty of people that said they were going to write a book. It's just like all the people that say they're going to run a marathon. Right. You see them 5 years later and they still haven't ran a marathon. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do what none of these people are doing that are still talking about writing their book. I'm going to commit it to a company that has either given me an advance or it's part of the package that they're buying for me. And then you will make sure you get it done.
And did you get it done?
Oh yes. Yes. Yeah.
Did that differ a lot when you were with the company versus like your first book process?
Oh yeah, my first book it took me however long I wanted it to take me. Yeah.
And when your first book was self-published?
Yeah, they're all 3 self-published.
All 3 self-published.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting question. So one was self-published, however, it was pitched to a company as a spokesperson. So
no, so my first one was self-published. I didn't know what I was doing. The second one, I was already a hotel spokesperson, and I was rewriting the first book, and so they wanted it to be able to send out to their corporate clients. And then the third book was part of a package that a company has paid for as part of a workshop series. And so I said, I have a book coming out in November 16th. I really went like, pull that date out of the air. And I said, and you'd be the first to get it.
So this may be off topic, but the interesting question that just came up for me. So you did the selling of the book first, being able to say a book is part of it actually helps sell the workshop?
No, I had sold the workshop. Yeah. But it certainly does help.
That's awesome.
What's the title?
The third one is Work Well, Play More, Productive, Clutter-Free, Healthy Living, One Step at a Time. And the second one is Beyond Travel, A Road Warrior's Survival Guide. Okay. The first one, nobody wants to.
That's awesome. So right with Stan, after Stan came Pat Haggerty, and he talked about the editing process. And we all know how important editing is, but sometimes books are written without being properly edited. And that's your product. And he just shared, someone said, what if I write like I speak? And he went back to the benefits of having a strongly written book that has more eyes than just your own. He pretty much said you can't edit your own masterpiece. So that was a big takeaway. I know for my book, which came out in May, we had 3 editors. And there's different editors. There's copy editors. There's editors for formatting. There's different different editors. It varies. It varies. I know that I work with a book consultant. I had a range, low, medium, high. Generally, you get what you pay for. I was balling on a budget, so I went with the middle. But I also had 3 different highs. And then I'm currently reading a colleague of mine's book. He just asked for feedback as well as a testimonial to use, which I didn't work that far in advance. But for the writing and editing, those were my key takeaways. We rolled into publishing where Bruce Barber chimed in about the different ways to publish: self-publishing, traditional publishing, and then hybrid publishing. And he just talked about the benefits and disadvantages of each. Self-publishing, you own it. In traditional, you don't have as much ownership in terms of the rights, in terms of some of the, I guess, creative. Essentially, generally in traditional publishing, they give you an advance, and therefore they own it. The title, and there's you have input, but essentially it's theirs. Me, myself, and I created my own publishing agency. Which is allowed the barrier of entry. Now everyone can publish a book, which is what Pat was saying. It makes it important for you to have a strong product.
Which is also why the average self-published book, or the average number of books sold or self-published book is less than 100. Yeah. But I don't want to hijack this, Larry, but I have something to say about the editing piece. Is that okay?
Yes.
So the reason why I say nobody wants to buy that first book. So my first book, I say, is like I recorded in my parents' basement. My second book is, I went to a real studio. And my third book, I was in Nashville or LA. That's how the progression. My husband's a professional musician, so that is how I think about it. But my first book, my friend who said she could edit it, edited it. And it wasn't very good. She's brilliant. She's a brilliant, very smart woman, but that's not what she does. But that was my friend, and I didn't have any money. My second book, I had a line editor and a copy editor and a formatter. My third book, I had all those plus a developmental editor. And that made all the difference. My third book, freaking great. I am so proud of that book. It's a really, really good book. So it's my second book. But that was what made the difference for me. So I think a lot of it is about budget. And you can also kind of see, you have a starter home. When you have a starter home, you could look at your book as, this is my starter book. Because my second book was my first book rewritten. Just way, way better. And so, to me, if you look at it that way, sometimes it can take some of the pressure off. Not to say that you can phone it in, but most artists don't create a masterpiece on their first painting.
I would share with anyone noodling on a book, as I was for ages, kind of like Nike said, just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it. That's the toughest part. And for me, just being transparent, there were plenty of times where I was ready to give up. It was tough. My journey was tough. I don't necessarily write very well. At least I don't believe I write very well. And those self-limiting beliefs are real. For me, it was my support group, my performance coach, my book consultant, my ghostwriter, my wife, my kids, just everyone, because writing it was challenging. editing, it was challenging. The marketing, I've loved the marketing, which is the third piece of getting the word out. Traditional publishing depends on the publisher. Some will help you, others, the marketing is all yours. And we had Jane Jenkins Furlong, who has a new book, Sweet Tea Secrets, which is going to be in Cracker Barrel next year, which is amazing.
They approached her.
But she's also been hustling. She talked about how she didn't rely on her publisher to push it, even though they should, because they have a vested interest. She said, I'm going to push my book. And she worked with Eddie Jones, who came in and spoke about some of the pitfalls of folks that write books in terms of not editing it the right way, not understanding the purpose of their book, their why. And he was actually at a book conference at that moment when he chimed in. But when you think about marketing, getting the word out, launching, we had a book launch consultant and marketer. I actually just had lunch with her in Denver last weekend, Patty Zor, who that's her specialty. And her specialty is setting up funnels with offers to drive excitement before the book launch, which was pretty intriguing. Oh, it's okay. They can hear us. And then the best-selling campaign. And I know that you've shared some opinions about Amazon bestseller versus Wall Street Journal bestseller versus New York Times bestseller. There's an algorithm on Amazon and an algorithm there's some formula that determines bestsellers, New York Times, Wall Street Journal. It's based on sales, but there's some gaming of the system, and there's an ethical debate, I guess, in terms of calling yourself a bestseller if you're Amazon, if it's your ebook. And do you care to share?
Yeah, I went to a course on ethics, and we talked specifically about book marketing, and that when you are an Amazon bestseller, it just means that you sold the most books in that category for 1 hour. And so, but when you put in your intro or your bio, I'm a best-selling author, 99.9% of the population doesn't know what that means. And they attribute it to like New York Times, and they think it's the same, and it's not. And it's not even, I mean, it's kind of like when people say, I've done a TED Talk. No, you've done a TEDx talk. Still cool, but it's not TED. Amazon is not New York Times. And so in this ethics, and it was speaker and book ethics, they said that if you are calling yourself a bestseller, you need to specifically say an Amazon bestseller. But there were even people in that group that were like, because even then people will still think that you are a bestseller on Amazon and not realize that it means for 1 hour in your one category of the subcategory of the subcategory.
I just got why Kevin does his emails and said, if you buy my book, I'll get you within the next 2 hours.
Yeah.
They sent me an email.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah, but
there's the game within the game. I was reading an article, because even with New York Times and Wall Street Journal,
it's paid for.
It is. And it's people spend a lot of money to be able to get that designation. So
$60,000 that the publishing company is paying. Is it
I've heard 6 figures.
They paid out to promote it, to get it, or something like that. Yeah.
This reminds me of it similar, like if you ever, you're doing a Google search and you see an article by a coach and it says Forbes Coach Council, right? I don't know how many of us have been invited to be on the council
that you pay for.
You pay for.
You actually
and granted,
pay
you do
for.
invited. I know plenty of coaches that have not been invited.
Yes,
but
pay to play.
But it's paid to play.
Yes.
It's like Harvard Extension. Well, I see people on LinkedIn that went to Harvard Extension. Yeah, you went to Harvard Extension. It's just not the same. But
I took a course through Yale through Coursera. You know, yes, as well. Yes. But that's a great point about the Forbes, because if you just put on the Forbes author, Forbes contributor, people don't understand that it means you're paying to write for
so
Forbes.
it's an ethical discussion and question that you've got to answer yourself. Now we had 2 questions, Linda and then Terry online. Linda first.
Okay, well, mine is kind of starting with a mini book. So I wanted to get some opinions about, I know when you give a presentation, they often want the presentation, but I prefer not to keep giving them out, but rather give like a little booklet out, like a starting 10 to 15 page, not just a, you know, something with meat. And then if you're giving workshops, to move to a workshop, a manual, and then moving to a book. So we're not, so I get moving. I guess that's what it is. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
What's the question?
What's the exact question? Should you do a mini
the question is, can you start small and move to a book?
Yes, there's so many different formats.
Book.
Some people don't do paperback or hardcover. Some people only do audio and ebooks. Other people choose to do kind of manuals, white papers. There's so many different formats. And I think at Winter Workshop, Phil M. Jones, the author of Exactly What to Say, he shared that his masterpiece was designed specifically to fit within someone's jacket pocket so you can travel with it easily. And he had different formats. He had a special edition hardcover that was matte. He wanted it to be matte black, but it didn't show up well on Amazon, so he had to change it to a gray. But to answer your question, Linda, any format that you choose, the option is available. Terry, great to see you.
Thank you. Boy, I have a couple of comments at this point. You know, you're just talking about the ethics from having to say, gee, my book is a bestseller on this list or that list. And to me, that kind of goes back to the, you know, show me, don't tell me, right? If that's what you want from that, I think maybe your book cover or, you know, something like that is how it relates and solves problems needs to be the selling point rather than just I'm on a list. But that was not my comment. I wanted to say, Larry, something you talked about in terms of writing. Some people just don't like to write. And I teach in the writing department at a law school, and I deal with this constantly. It's okay to be messy. This is what Kelly was saying earlier. Just get those words to flow out onto paper in whatever mess they are in. The polishing goes on from there. And even if it's a short article to start with, that's a great way to get yourself known in the space you want to be known in. It's to be published in that space.
Terry.
I get up every day, think about 10 things to write about every day. Unfortunately, I don't have that much time, but I do publish on a regular basis and I love it.
That's a great segue. John Edwards did an interactive segment on overcoming writer's block, which guilty as charged. And he just shared kind of the physiology, I guess, of the space. The higher the ceiling, the more space your body feels to be able to create. So he lives in Calabash. He said he goes to the highest ceiling he can out at the beach. He's got the expansive world to be able to create. And he also talked about the consistency of daily, even on days that he doesn't want to write. It's kind of a piece of, and then the last thing was around monetizing, because we're speakers, we're coaches, we're trainers. The book can help you monetize for speaking, and the speaking can help you monetize on the book. Kevin Snyder shared how it goes both ways, with intentionality, with thoughtfulness. And I think Nito Cubain over at High Point talks about congruence, having congruence in your topics, your keynote, your training, your workshops, your book.
People kept telling me, you know what, you'll get hired as a speaker more if you have a book.
Yeah, or like if you have some sort of material, like if they can't see it, then they don't want to.
There is a benefit. I've been told by a Hall of Famer, Warren Gresham, he said, be careful of the you gotta. You gotta have a website. You gotta have a speaker room.
It's a website, that's where I come in.
Perfect segue. I'll let Stan take off. Thank you, Stan.
Excellent. Awesome. So what did you just cover?
The recap of our book.
The book.
The book, All Things Book.
Awesome. Great. So I'm talking all things website. So hello to hello to the virtual folks. I want to do just a quick survey, first here in the room, and then we'll put it over to the virtual folks. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10, I absolutely love my website. It's the best thing since sliced bread. 5 is like, yeah, it's okay. And 1 is I hate it, or I don't have one. I'm on the journey of creating one. Where is everybody at as it relates to the web? You want to start? You're a 5, 5, 8, good. In the middle, yeah, 5.
0.
So you're on the journey, yeah.
Yeah, journey.
Someone who just did their website. Yeah, I got 1. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 10, you absolutely love it. It kills 1 and 8. Okay, gotcha. Great. How about online? Terry, you start us out.
I am launching in a few weeks. From what Larry was saying earlier, I think you get what you pay for. I'm paying a content branding company to do mine, and everything they've done for me so far, I am 100%, 110% happy with. And I'm hoping, you know, that as we go through this over these next few weeks, 2 to 4 weeks, they should have a launch. So ask me again then.
Awesome. Linda, where are you on the scale?
I just took down my website last month because I have a total change and I have not started a new one yet.
Okay, so you're on the journey.
Well, I have copy for it, but some copy for it, but not a website.
Evelyn?
Oh, in my case, yeah, maybe like 5, 6, something like that. I mean, I already have the idea. I just need to buy the domain because I did like the website for like my company, which is Human Ops. So I'm trying to focus that on my speaking part as well. So it's like merge both of them. So that's why I focused on my website, which is like up and running. But as a speaker per se, I like struggling there.
And we'll talk a little bit of whether or not you need to have a website for your speaking versus your company. Kim and Amy, real quick, scale of 1 to 10, where are you at?
I'll preface this by saying that part of my job is designing websites. So I'll preface by that, but I just redid mine last month and I am so thrilled with it. Page speed, it is, it's a 10, it's an 11. It's probably one of the best websites I've ever designed. It's fast. It's got calls to action. It looks great on mobile. It's SEO'd to the freaking nines. I don't have one specifically for speaking. I've got speaking as part of my company website, but I'm very thrilled with the way it looks now.
Awesome. And Amy, is Amy with us?
Yeah, she put 8 to 9.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I'm here. I would say about an 8 to 9. I really dig my site.
Awesome. Good. So we have some in the middle of the road, some starting the journey. Let me share at least what I think are maybe 5 or 6 things if you're going to have a speaking site that I think are important. The most important thing for me is that when somebody lands on your site, there's a term they call above the fold. So what do they see on that top part of the website? And to me, it's got to communicate very quickly what you do from a speaking perspective, your value proposition on what you speak on, and what I would say, what makes you different from other people that speak on that topic. The second thing I think you have to realize when somebody comes to your site, ideally, you want them to extend the conversation. So the second thing I think is important is making it easy for them to be able to pick up the phone, to send you an email, to fill out a brief contact form, or even to schedule a time with you, if you can have them have access to your calendar, to have that conversation. Because ultimately the goal of the site is to provide that credibility and start that conversation. The third thing I think is important is to have a video of you on the platform, whether you want to call it a demo reel or a bunch of different clips. That's important for them. A lot of times they're going to want to see you engaging with an audience and what it's going to be like if they potentially hired you. The fourth and fifth thing is, I think you need to provide social proof on the site. So it could be logos of companies that you've spoken for in the past, or industries that you've been involved in, and maybe have some testimonials there, people that have hired you. If you can get their permission to be able to put that on the site. So to me, that's about the 5 main things. I think also one of the most viewed pages on anyone's site is kind of the About Me or the About Us page. So to me, being able to tell your story in a compelling way of why you do what you do, and to reinforce your competence, your ability to be able to be seen as an expert in whatever topic you speak on. So as I share that, I'll open it up. Any questions as it relates to your website or kind of best practices?
Since I'm talking right now, so I spoke in this. But that's bring up a good point. I'm just starting now. And
right.
Testimony is when I go to websites.
Right.
And somebody's got a lot of them, and wow, you know, but just starting out, it takes a while. Thank you.
Yeah, you want to be diligent as you go and do stuff. Even if you had to give somebody your phone and say, hey, do me a favor, take some pictures, get some clips, and give them a little something, or just download. They can airdrop stuff to you after you speak. But it's important to collect as much as you can. And I will tell you, as somebody who's been in this business now for 10 plus years, I've never been happy with my demo video. I've never been happy with my website. You got to get over it. Work with what you have and know that you can always improve it. Yeah. Right. Okay.
The audience, not me.
Okay.
Because I'm thinking I'm just doing this nicely speaking.
Right.
I'm guilty of it. I was not able this time. But I have demo stuff. It's bad. And it's old.
Don't
It's
use
like a
bad.
different style.
Use bad. You can use old, but don't use bad.
Yeah.
It's a new stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That's too much work. Get new stuff. If you don't have
fake audience.
I was just gonna say, wrap and frame.
Fake audience.
How do people feel about that? Because like a lot of stuff that I've done recently has been private training.
Yes, most mine and
yeah, I can't use the footage. I can't with my, you know.
What about you going and just doing something, talking like in front, like you just recording yourself?
No, they need to see an audience.
And then put some pictures, like put some pictures of your audience in there.
There's something that they have, AENC does it.
Mm-hmm.
Where they have these events that they'll bring in 8 to 10 speakers, and they'll have
Speaker showcase. Yeah.
I know the one's coming up is, I think Mike is going to talk about it later, but it's AENC.org.
Yeah. Association Executives.
Yeah. And so they hire out the hall and everything. They put people in the seats, and it looks like you're speaking at an event.
Pre-COVID, we had a couple of events around here. Prism had an event like that, and P5, where they would have like 100 people or whatever. So you had an audience, and you got like 7 to 10 minutes, and you had all different camera angles. But if you're just getting your friends, and there are like 10 of them in a room, that's not a meeting planner's not gonna care about that. You know what I mean? They're gonna want to see like an audience.
That's.
But I'm with you. I do a lot of training. It's company, and you can't use their people without all their permission and things like that. So it's more challenging.
So
What about,
yeah.
well, I was gonna say, what about like
You can go to like a Toastmasters meeting or like NSA meeting.
I have so many pictures of me at doing emceeing the conferences and everything, and that damn flag was behind me. Now I won't put it up there.
Yeah.
So I would tell you,
So bad. No,
Yeah.
they go hide me.
yeah, work. So Jesse, to work with what you have, realize it's never going to be good, you're your own you're your own harshest critic. So work with what you have, and then what I would say, if you're just starting out on the journey, a lot of times when you speak in the beginning, people don't have a fee to pay you. But the fee is only one thing you get.
Yep.
A testimonial, them videoing it. Sometimes they'll spend a little bit of money to video it, right? Or have, yeah.
Dan?
Yes.
It's not as bad as I think.
Go ahead, Terry.
I have a question. You were talking about logos from companies earlier. Can you comment on how you get permission to use those? Do you put those into your agreement, to protect their IP and use that on your website or somebody else's website? How do you handle that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So some people that you speak for, when you sign the contract with them, they make it very explicit. You cannot use their marks. So I think if you're, when it comes to things like associations or other groups, to me, I don't know if you need to ask permission for that, but if you're doing corporate work, either you need to write it into your agreement or you probably need to ask for permission.
When you're getting your CSP, when you go through the CSP course, the ethics course, they will say they expect that any logo on your website, you have gotten permission for. Remember, I called you and I was like, should I take some of these down? But like, I didn't, it's not in my contract to ask for logos. And I put Delta Airlines logo on there and they just wrote me back and said, can you use this logo instead of this one? And I was like, okay, Delta Airlines. So, and they're not a small company,
right?
But NSA, it is in the ethics course that they do expect you to have permission for every single one.
And I think it goes without saying, if you're putting any type of testimonial from somebody,
oh, for sure,
you want to make sure that they're okay with it.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Like what happens, for example, in my case, I have experience giving like speaking in front of a bunch of people, but in a company, like me as an employee. So for example, in my case, I don't have like an audience hearing me like giving my speech, So what can I do? Because I know that, as you said, it is important to see the crowd and like who is attending to your speaking parts, right? So what can we do? I mean, and of course, now after the pandemic, definitely I don't have like anything, right? So what can we do in this case in order for us to have that in our website or in our demo videos and things like that?
I don't know if there's an easy answer other than, I know people in the beginning that have went to like their church and said, hey, can I get up on the platform and put some people in the audience? You could do a speaker showcase. Go out and do Toastmasters or local chambers or Rotary as a way to get some of that footage. There's no easy answer other than you need to constantly be gathering stuff that you can use. And everyone's in that same, I think, boat coming out of the pandemic, that it's been hard to get updated stuff, right? So I think maybe people give you a little more grace than you. A couple of things, because it came up like company site versus personal website. There's differing opinions on this. I think it would depend upon what percentage of your work do you do as a speaker? How much income do you make as a speaker? And to me, if you're making 51% or more, you probably want a site that's totally dedicated to your work as a speaker. Because the challenge is if they come to human ops and they see human ops and maybe you have a speaking page, they're probably going to see you as more of a full-time consultant than they see you as a speaker. And it's not a big deal because we all do different ways of managing our business, but they're just going to discount the amount they may pay you because they know there's the back end of the company, and their biggest fear is that you may be selling from the stage the whole time. So the cleanest way to do it is to have a totally branded speaking site dedicated to you. So when someone types your name in and speaker, boom, that's the first thing that comes up. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Here's a question that came up, you know, should you put your speaking schedule on your website? And so this is a very divisive question. To me, especially when I started out in the beginning, again, I saw it as a social proof thing. So.
Oh, I enjoyed that.
So I put online, I have a widget that pulls it from eSpeakers the last 30 days and the next 60 days. And so what I want to show is like, this guy is actually traveling and speaking. But some people will say, well, you don't want somebody to say, oh, he's already booked that day and not pick up the phone or reach out to you.
Especially because it could be virtual. And you could do two in one day.
Could do 2 in 1
But
day.
also, if they call you and they say, you know, we want you to speak, you at least have the opportunity to say, I can't that day, but when's your next thing coming up? Or what's your date for next?
You're in the don't put the schedule
I
on?
used to put it up, but now I don't.
You don't.
That's totally different than like a list of speaking engagements or gigs or whatever we're calling them.
Just like your actual schedule, yeah.
And to me, I think, yeah, I may be not getting as many calls in because there could be a conflict, but it also to me, it may be like, all right, this guy's he does this.
Yeah.
He's professional. Like, it's worth it.
But you're in Miami for ILI, still put it on there?
No, unless I'm speaking. No. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, like last year I was good. Well, 2 years ago I did engagements. Last year it was that was So I had a specialist also, but that's just for mine. I have other pitches and everything.
Did you specialize in certain fields?
Productivity. Well, productivity training company, and we worked with a lot of biotech and with a lot of biotech pharma and in accounting and travel. It really, like, those are our main industries, but it's because those are the industries. I mean, what we're doing kind of goes across the board. But I came from the biotech pharma. I think that
all right.
so, you know.
Hello. There must be. Hello, everybody. Great to see y'all. Can you hear me okay? Or do I need the mic? Hang on.
You're good.
No, I'm good.
They can hear you.
Okay. I'll sit right here. Okay, gang.
Yeah.
This isn't the owl. This is a poor man's owl. Yeah. Okay. Our owl's over there in his little nest.
Okay.
All right. Oh, now it's right here. Yeah.
Well, it's not.
It's called. All right. So we're talking about demo video, right? Demo reels. So,
The website.
really?
Well, it just became videos on your website.
Okay.
I think we forgot that you were coming.
If I had $1 for every time I was told, we forgot about you. You know, you're throwing up. I love it. So what I'd like to do is instead of, and it worked out really well with the other two groups, with you all, I have no doubt it's going to be great. Instead of sharing, here are the top 15 best practices for your demo reel, which you could find online by Googling it. You don't even need to be here. I'd like to be more of a conversation. I'm really big on pulling the group IQ together, right? We is greater than me, and the sharing from our experiences of the things that have worked, the things that we're seeing, the things that we may need, or what we've done ourselves, okay, where we can kind of learn from the collective on that. So, and then for the folks social on here, I will be monitoring the chat box over here as well. So if you have questions, please pop it in, or if you have answers, pop it in as well. So let me ask, how many of you here have, excuse me, it's me choked up, have a demo reel? How many of you have that? Do you have one that you want to use? Well, that means online friends. Show of hands. Do you have them? Okay, Terry does. So here's the next question. Kind of let into it. Do you like it?
I would love Jesse has a good story.
Okay.
Well,
I don't have one.
I don't like one.
You don't like this. Okay.
And the whole reason was I went to Chuck's to do it.
Yeah.
I did the green screen and I did my pieces. But then I had no audience.
Yeah.
So what he did was he stuck some people in there and they looked for me or whatever. And
That would not pass the ethics course part.
why they were smiling at me. But he made it into more of a story using pictures and other things. So I'm not entirely happy with it, but he said, and it's 6 minutes, it's way too long.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so on average, event planners, this is based on some of the research out there, they will watch probably the first 2 minutes, if that, of your reel. So anything over 2 minutes, you can have, like for myself, I've got a 6 minute reel that I also have a cut down to 90 seconds from. So I'll ask them, I'll say, hey, do you want the long story or do you want the drive through?
Yeah.
What would you choose your own adventure? What would you like? And 9 times out of 10, like, send me the short route. Okay, you got it. But for my website, I do put the longer one up on there in case people want to check that out. So length is going to be important. Okay, for sure. What else is important for the event planners as they are looking at your demo video?
Yes.
What else?
And if you've got a generic demo that you want to put out, to 2 minutes or one.
So yeah, and I don't have the yes or no answer because it's really up to your style and how you think you are best represented. That's what it comes down to. Which we should really encourage all of us to do in all of our videos, especially in those first 20 seconds, 30 seconds, is what problems do I solve? That's what they want to know. Why should I hire you? What problem are you solving for me? Now, and this gets into style. Okay, you can do that a couple of different ways. Chuck does it in a way that we're seeing more of these days, which is more of like a interview style where someone's talking to you, or it looks like you're being interviewed, right? And you're saying, this is what I do, and I save the world by doing this, and right, and then maybe he cuts away to footage and B-roll of doing the thing and all that. That's one way of doing it. Another is to have a voiceover sharing the same thing while it's running B-roll of you on stage talking. Right, they don't hear you speaking, but you're hearing the voiceover of the problem that you solve. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a video of me moving, but me going in the studio and just speaking.
Or it could be a voice actor. It could be somebody else doing it. And you can find them on Fiverr.
There's a difference between demo video and sizzle reel. What you were saying, demo video and sizzle reel. Sizzle reel is like you running on stage and you doing this and somebody's clapping. That's heavens. It's a sizzle reel. Demo video to me is the 2 minutes of your workshop or your keynote, so that the meeting planner can actually see that this person can speak more than 10 seconds.
Right.
They're actually hearing you speak.
And that's what they want as well. So a lot of times we think that the quick bam, 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 edit, cut, the 3 second sound bite, it's bringing energy in there. And sometimes it does. Again, you got to find your style and what vibe do you want your reel to share of you. The event planners want to see you at least tie a thought together. And that might be 20 seconds, it might be 30 seconds of your message and not just these quick edits with cool transitions and things like that. So if you think about it, you've got the intro with either, you're saying, so it would be someone, it could be somebody else. Typically having another voice on there is good for a voiceover so that they can make the distinction, you know, on that. It also allows you the flexibility to roll in testimonials to go in. So that's the other important element within your demo reels, is ensuring that you have testimonials that you can roll in.
Could those testimonials be individuals that you like got permission and
100%. Yes, I would encourage you if you're starting out, and even if you're not, and I just did this yesterday, you know, always asking the event planner, if I met the executive or because in these situations, titles matter in many cases. So if you can get people that are at a C level or the event planner or whatever it might be, yes, ask them for a testimonial and let them know these are like gold for me in order to build my business. And I always say that, like, if things are going to go great, I know they are, we're going to rock this. And I'd really appreciate if I can get a testimonial from you at the end of it. Are you good with that? And I try to get that on the front end, at least a verbal, so that when we're done, I can go back and be like, hey, can I get the testimonial?
So like, do you get it on video or do you get on like
both?
Yeah. Okay.
Both.
So I
yeah.
Both. Okay.
So here's the tricky thing. Video testimonials are fantastic. If you can get them, you've got to get people who want to do it. Right.
Get it right after.
But if you get it right when they're done, and I've seen it done a couple of ways. Me personally, this is just me. I have a hard time going to someone and saying, hey, I need to bring it myself.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Photo, hold on. And I'll say it again. What was the same enthusiasm?
Perfect. One more. So that's where I would encourage you that if you can get someone to come in and shoot video for you, and it can be inexpensive. Now, I was sharing with the other group that I did an event in Florida a couple months ago, and I always ask the event planner, tell me a little bit about your stage. What's your stage going to look like? Right, walk me through that flow. So I want to understand, are we talking like it's going to be a riser and that's it? Or are we talking riser, uplights, backdrop, smoke machines, you know, all that stuff? Because I know that I want to get a video person in. I went down to the event and the event planner told me, no, we're just going to do a riser, really simple stuff. But I'm like, I'm not going to fly a video person in for that, you know?
Yeah.
I get to the event the day before to do the walkthrough. Oh my God, they had blown it out. Like, oh yeah, our chief operating officer came in and didn't like any of it. So we did the uplights and the backdrop and so now I'm on Facebook Marketplace in Florida going, need a videographer tomorrow morning for 2 hours, you know, got $200. And I had 20 people hitting up on there, ready, $200. They had nothing else to do.
At that point, yeah. And I might sound like the 13-year-old in the room, but have any of y'all done any social media campaigning with any of your speaking work or like other than LinkedIn?
So let me we can answer that.
Is that like
that might be different, but what I want to share with you is this. Okay, this is the beautiful thing about getting footage. Any footage you can get. Okay, any footage you can get. I don't care if you're speaking at a Rotary Club, a chamber, especially if you're starting out, right? Because the more you speak, the bigger stages you'll start to get as you continue to go. But get what you can, because you can take that footage and cut it into micro content. And now you've got your social media going, and you can start rolling that out. Okay, so absolutely. So there's a question on here. Yeah.
And Linda has the question.
So Linda, yes, I have live webinars. Can I use that? Yes, absolutely. As long as you get permission.
And meeting planners want to see that you can present virtually as well.
Yes. So having a mix.
Put that in that.
Yes. If in your sizzle, you want a virtual too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I have like this one blurb from this one lady who said, I just had the distinct pleasure of hearing Lady D. Humphrey, and that was it. And I was just like, that would be good to okay.
I can't tell you how many on my phone. I have a because cataloging this stuff is really important also. Cataloging, like you can get lost. You can get going and it's like 8 months. And you're like, oh my God, where is that video again? And where's that photo? So I have a folder in my phone that says promotional pics, promotional videos. And I can't tell you how many like Zoom programs I've done where I'll see in the chat box when we're wrapping up. Program really, changed my perspective. I'm just sitting there, picture. I'm taking pictures of it. And then I'll go back later and say, hey, Peter in the group, so do you mind if can I reach out to them and see if I can use this? And I'll reach out to that person and get it back. Oh, that's even better.
Right after you're done and say this, blah, 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 because then it doesn't matter, but it's clear that you didn't like make up, you didn't sign into Zoom 17 times,
Well, maybe I did. So with that, okay, so now kind of pulling back in, we talked about the length of time. We've talked about quality of video is going to be important as well. That's why it's worth, if you're going to be at a place and you're speaking and it's going to be a decent stage, even if, again, if it's just starting out, get good video. Even the phones are good. These phones are good. But if you do that, you got to make sure that you get a wireless lavalier microphone that's hooked in. Okay, so you can find plenty of those online. Talk about testimonials, very important. And here's the other thing too: if you're just starting out and you don't have enough video for start the demo, you can put together a great testimonial sheet. That's what I did when I started out. Someone would say, hey, can you send me some information on your talks? And I had like a little overview of my messages. And I want to send you my testimonial sheet too. And that kind of, again, buys credibility until you can start getting more video of yourself in there.
And then you would put like the company name, like the first initial, last name, or the first name.
Last initial, title. And I actually put the whole name in. I asked them, are you okay if I put the whole name in there? And then what I do is I go to LinkedIn and I grab their profile picture and I drop that into so there's a face along with the words. I think it's important to have a face for that. So you can, again, you can use that and drop it into your video demo reel. We talked about the length, probably about 2 minutes is maybe the max that you're going to get. Talked about voiceover and style. Okay. What other things do you think are important within a demo video? Yes, Linda.
I wasn't going to answer that question.
Okay.
I know on the meeting planners, if they're having you come, they really want an audience. But is it helpful if you're trying to get, let's say, to start off on podcasts? Do you make up different kinds of video reels for different kinds of applications? Because I don't have the audience for the meeting planner, but I want to still start publicizing myself.
Yeah, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that you've got audio from podcasts, but you don't have video.
No, I have video.
Yes. Okay.
But would a meeting planner be interested in podcast video if they're doing an event?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Meeting planners about this.
And Marcy here is going to tell them. Okay, perfect.
2 weeks ago, because somebody said, could I present or give my podcast, or can I just present like on YouTube, like should I speak every day on YouTube or whatever? And they said, we don't care about that. It needs to be on the stage or on the Zoom presenting to an audience, because the way you talk to one person is different than the way you talk to them.
Yeah. Well, not only the way you speak to them, but the way you're going to conduct yourself. Because speaking to you right here, I'll be fine, but who knows if this meeting planner puts you in front of 500 people, are you going to wet your pants? I don't know.
Or are you going to stand with your legs like this and the potty pose that a lot of women do?
Right. Hey, guys.
For an hour.
Yeah.
Well, I was just charting a place to start to have something, not because I think in the beginning I'm going to start doing free, but I still want to be able to give even the free person something.
No,
a free organization.
I'd encourage you to find like local Rotaries, Chamber of Commerce, groups that look for speakers to come in, and they typically don't pay, but that's where you can start getting your video footage. That's going to help you start to build this up. It's exactly what I did when I started. I was getting, I mean, I had stuff in my first one, like, you know, the Rotary logo in the background, you know, and this, not really well lit, but enough for people to see that I could get up there and deliver a message, you know?
Thank you.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome. All right, gang. Well, it looks like we are wrapped up on that. So I'm going to go. Thank you so much for your time. I hope it was helpful. If there are more questions on that, please let us know. We'll be happy to continue the conversation. All right. Thanks, guys.
I've been doing it a while. Yeah. No, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping it up. I don't even know anymore. We're over it. It's like a lot of. Yeah. Yeah, but you already did it. Never seen it before. Quicker than me. Oh, I don't work in there. So nice. Yeah. That's how smart. You still like your restaurant? Okay. No. My uncle
Well, great. We're getting close to the end. And we do want to take a picture before everybody leaves, but we got a little something nice that's become available to us. And I think Kevin had talked to Kelly prior. And Kelly's going to do something nice for you guys. In the sense of she's offering us 2 1-hour sessions with Kelly. Okay. Now, he's going to give us 2 1-hour sessions. Am I good with that? This is what Kevin told me. I'm just doing it.
I think Kevin said
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
1 hour. However you.
So the next step is okay. So Kevin said, hey, Kevin said we want to take the money that we get and donate it to the Ronald McDonald House.
So you're going to auction it? Is that what you're doing?
Yes, I think so. And I've been to auctions, but I don't have the hey number one.
Sounding good to me.
So are we interested in an hour session with Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. All right. How about we do this? We'll have an auction.
Okay.
Okay. Now let me preface. No, let me preface this. An hour with Kelly is 500 pineapples. Normal rate. Okay. I'm just putting that out there. Yeah. So let's do ticket number 1.
Online, please clarify that. I forgot we're North Carolina. Can we say it's online?
It's online.
Not in person. An hour with me on Zoom, not driving to your house.
That's even better. You can save yourself a whole bunch of money. Right? So remember, Ronald McDonald House. First ticket, what do I hear in a bid? What do I hear in a bid? Who's first?
$100.
$100. Yeah, 100.
Something else, but I'll do 150.
150.
200.
200. 250. 250.
$400.
Oh, holy.
$500. feed her. And you're buying it. That's Morgan's card. That would be on Morgan's card.
Someone comes to you.
I'll pay her full price.
She gave you for free.
Oh, I didn't know.
You didn't know.
Oh, sorry. I was too emotional. Earlier.
400 that and
450. 500.
500 go once.
We still have another.
I know we still have another one. 500 go twice. Oh.
Me, tell me you want. Okay. And then who do I pay? You get to.
Okay.
Well,
we should do that. What did you bid? 450. I should split it there.
450 going once, 450 going twice. So,
Congratulations.
For 2 hours instead of 1. You're going to get 2.
Wow. Congratulations.
We'll let Kevin follow up. Yeah, Kevin give a link to donate.
Thank you so much.
Outstanding.
That was yeah. And you can, you can take keynote speaker, MC, and auctioneer. Now we just expand. Thank you so much for having me as your MC today. I really appreciate it. I thought it was a fantastic day. I want to close it out by bringing up our president, Mike Mooney, for a closing remark. Yes, there's some tubs out there, some barrel things. Just put them in the tubs.
Yeah, we left them there.
All right. All right, everyone. So thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. Do I need the lavalier for? Yes, sir.
Last name, Karen.
People walking away with it. People. I mean, thank you. All right. Oh my gosh. What time is it?
2:09.
2:09. Has this been a day or what? Right? This has been, I don't know about y'all, but I mean, I needed this today. Anyone else?
Yes.
Yeah. I absolutely needed this today. And I'm so glad that so many of you came out to be part of this, because that's what I needed most, was to be around people who are like-minded and passionate about the work they're doing and want to learn and want to grow and want to get to that next level. And thank you for the folks who are joining us virtually as well, the time you spent. That's not easy either. So thank you so much for that. Did we get value out of today? Connections, new connections, right? That's what this is about. That's what this is about. And I want to again say thank you for your energy, your effort, your time, because that's what makes this chapter the super chapter that it is, right? Absolutely. Now, Larry, I'm going to ask you in a couple of minutes, I'm giving you a little heads up, maybe talk about any upcoming programming that we've got so people can have that on their radar, because there's going to be more coming along, okay? If I could though, Kelly, could you come back up one last time, please?
Great.
Just so we got we got
Poor hot seat.
Here it is. Here it is. I need to thank you again for taking your time and what you've given us today was an absolute gift, and we'd like to give you something back as well. You were kind enough to say, and I hope you don't mind me saying this. I was talking. No, you get this. I hope you don't mind me sharing this, but I'm going to. Okay. So we're in the back just after lunch, and I again was thanking Kelly for just the gifts that she was giving us. And she said, Mike, she's been part of our chapter 4, which is great, sort of like coming home. You feel like you'd be coming home. And she said the energy that's in the room is incredible.
It's incredible, and where this chapter is and where it's going. And that's because of all of you. And because you have come home to us, we would like to offer and extend to you a legacy membership to the chapter. So you are forever now part of NSA Carolinas moving forward. You get the benefits of, all the benefits.
Write this down so people don't forget 10 years down. And thankful. And I'm just going to say it. I used to come a long time ago, 20 years.
In the future for programming the week of December 5th. So a month from now, our plan is to have a local member dine around and mastermind. So what is that? Well, essentially, we know that we've got people in the North Carolinas and the South Carolinas all over. We're planning for a get-together within the local areas. So we've got the RTP, Raleigh, Durham, this area here, Chapel Thrill. We've got the Triad area. We've also got Charlotte as a major area. We've kind of got Columbia, South Carolina. So my ask is, if you're willing to lead or to help plan in your local area, send me an email. You can find my email on the membership site. It's not too difficult, Larry@LarryLongJr.com. But that's what we have on the docket to end the year. To start the year, we're working on bringing in a CSP and or CPAE, which is a Hall of Famer, to kick off the year the right way and to really jumpstart all of our speaker businesses, from those that are just getting started to those that are more experienced. We really want to add value. So that's what we have on the docket for December, and then looking forward into January 2023. Any ideas that you have, we're certainly open to in terms of programming, whether it's more storytelling, whether it's book, whether it's stage presence, whether it's story selling, whether it's sales, you name it. There's so many topics. Please let us know what's on your mind. Please let us know what you want to hear and what you want to learn to help elevate your business. And I think that NSA says the purpose is to help you build a better business, a stronger business, and to become a better speaker. So our goal is to help you in those key areas, becoming better on the stage, on the platform, as well as building a better business. So that's our hope. Thank you so much. I'll turn it over to Mike to close us out, or I think there's time to network, and I would take your time. And I would encourage, before we leave, I hope you really think about what will you do differently. So, I mean, Kelly gave us so much great information. I saw everyone taking notes, but really the proof is in the pudding. What actions will you take tomorrow from what you learned? Because I was just in 12 different cities over 18 days. I saw a lot of people taking notes, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I know how it goes. Not a lot of folks will actually implement anything. So I would encourage you, find that one thing that you can implement and that you're committed to implementing to help you become a better storyteller. So with that, let's take a great picture. Thank you so much to our virtual folks.
Thank you, everybody.
What's that?